Good evening, everyone. We're going to call this meeting of Orangeville Town Council to order. We're going to start with an approval of the agenda. Can I have a motion to approve? Councillor Andrews and seconded by Councillor Prendergast. Any questions or comments? I'll call the vote. All in favor? That's carried unanimously. Are there any disclosures of direct or indirect pecuniary interest? Seeing none, there's a recommendation that a closed meeting of council be held pursuant to section 239-2 of the Municipal Act for purpose of considering the following subject matters: 2 items of closed council, as well as a confidential verbal report from Ray Osman, acting CAO, and Imran Ahmad, town solicitor, security of town systems. And item 4.4 is the introduction of the new general manager of community services. Can I have a motion to go into closed, please? Deputy Mayor Taylor, seconded by Councillor Stevens. All in favor? Carried unanimously. We'll head into closed. Good evening, everyone. Welcome back to the open session of council. We're going to begin by rising, if you're able, for the singing of our national anthem, please.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
We would like to acknowledge the treaty lands and territory of the Williams Treaty Nations and the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. We also recognize that Dufferin County is the traditional territory of the Wendat and Haudenosaunee and is home to many Indigenous people today. This meeting is being aired on public television and or streamed live and may be taped for later public broadcast or webcast. Your name is part of the public record and will be included in the minutes of this meeting. Any member of the public who's connecting via telephone is reminded to press *6 to mute and unmute. Please remain muted until the chair requests comments or questions from the public. Item 9 is to rise and report from a closed council session from earlier this evening. And the recommendation in the agenda is that the 2022 December 12th and 2022 December 14th closed council meetings be approved, meeting minutes be approved, and that the confidential verbal report from Ray Osman, acting CAO, and Imran Ahmad, town solicitor, security of the town systems regarding the security of the property of the municipality or local board, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, and advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, be received, and that the introduction of the new General Manager of Community Services regarding personnel matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees and labor relations or employee negotiations, be received, and that staff proceed as directed. Can I have a motion? Councillor Andrews and Deputy Mayor Taylor. Any questions or comments? Call the vote. All in favor? Carried unanimously. We do have adoption of previous council minutes. We have none, sorry, and we will turn it over to the presentation, starting with Ray regarding the introduction of our new general manager. Over to you, Mr. Osman.
Thank you, Your Worship. Really loud tonight. Try to stand back. Well, this evening we did introduce feedback. Try again. Okay. Earlier this evening, we did introduce the new GM, Heather Savage, and she's since left the building, I understand. We had another session, so we went on for a little while longer. But we have issued a news release and to the public and to our corporate team. And again, I wanted to, on behalf of our corporate team, welcome Heather to our team here in Orangeville. We're looking forward to some exciting times with her and her expertise and skill that she's bringing to the table. As I said to Councillor earlier, we're looking at the building on the momentum, if you would, of all the things we're working on in community services. Lots to be done and a lot of exciting things. And she's quite enthusiastic and very eager and very competent individual. And we're looking forward to expanding and building and growing our whole area of community services across all the 5 divisions. And they have all met and greeted Heather in the last few days. So we're looking forward to that. So I want to welcome her to the town. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Osmond. We will now turn it over for a presentation again to Mr. Osmond regarding the introduction of the budget.
Thank you again, Your Worship. I'll try to be very brief. I'm not going to steal too much of Nandini Saeed's, our treasurer's presentation, but I want to make a few comments just for contextually, if you would, because it's been a quite a busy time. First of all, officially, I want to, on behalf of the entire corporate team, I'm very pleased to present the proposed 2023 financial plan and budget. The plan is a product of a collaborative, ongoing conversations between council, administration, including input from all divisional teams. Led by our financial team, by Nandini Saeed and her team, who are here this evening. I want to again thank them for all their direction and efforts as we build this budget. The proposed budget in 2023 focused on maintaining the high standards expected for delivery of programs and services in the community, responding to community growth and investing in the future to ensure connectivity throughout the town, including growth areas, and to further enhance and diversify revenue streams for long-term sustainability. These areas are addressed with specific consideration to the town's fiscal and resource realities to ensure that priority areas receive proper attention and funding. Virtually every community continues to feel the ripple effects from the pandemic, whether we like it or not. Throughout Ontario, municipalities are facing significant inflationary pressures, reduced provincial and capital grant funding, while municipal revenue streams are taking longer than anticipated to rebound. The town of Orangeville is not immune. We have also experienced population and geographical growth that impacts delivery of services. As a result, the budget was impacted due to an increase in the commodity values, things like gas, diesel, electricity, just to name a few. I'll take a quote from Nandini's presentation, not her presentation, but the huge budget document. We have learned thus far that the Bank of Canada is taking measures to stabilize the growing inflation. We may see some normality in the market by the spring of 2023. We are also aware of a continual choke points in the global economy, supply chain, due to various unforeseen world events. And we've talked a lot about those in the last number of weeks and months. We're impacted by those almost on a day-to-day basis with projects, with tender documents, with bid processes and so on. And inflation is a real thing for us, not just from a funding perspective, but also from the drivers of labor shortages and choke points, as I mentioned, from supply chains. In developing the 23 proposed budget, our administration, our finance team was guided by council-approved services that we're trying to deliver on. Council strategic plan and our corporate capacity to deliver on these services. These plans are forward-thinking and priority-driven, which ensures that we are planning for the future while delivering programs and services to the community today. I should also point out that we made a very collaborative effort as a collective corporate team to prioritize the completion of carry forward outstanding and large projects in progress to completion for 2023. It's extremely important. I mentioned this a few times. It's very critical for us that we looked at this budget across 3 departments from a perspective that what do we need to catch up on? What do we need to clean up from a number of years that we're trying to catch up? And I was talking to Councillor Andrews earlier, and he dropped the word, and as we were walking along, recovery is a really good word. I think is a really excellent word. We're in a recovery kind of mode, and we're trying to recover from what the things we're trying to catch up on, pushed by pandemic, pushed by supply chains, but we had to recover, and we made every effort. And Nandini's worked on this quite a lot in terms of how do we take on some of these big, heavy loads, heavy pieces, and clean those up first, and you'll see that as we present this budget. While this budget is 2023 is a short term for 2023, my bigger concern is long term. And some of the things I mentioned before about this budget is 2023, get our heads around that. And there's some bigger discussions, some tougher decisions to make about where to from here. And we've allowed time. What I've always talked about, we are talking about all the things above the line here. There are things that are big projects like library, like Rotary Park, those kinds of huge projects. We want to give the time to be better informed, council better informed, the public better informed input from the public. This whole idea around engagement with the public and with our residents is very, very important. This team, council I know listened, but this team listened as well, is that we want to have allowed time and not to rush. So this is about 23 budget, and it's about looking at where to from here. And we believe that in the 2023, we need to take the time to look at some of the bigger projects, funding sources, revenue sources, and those kinds of things. And that will be for another day. So without any further ado, I wanted to introduce Nandini and thank her for her guidance and direction throughout the budget process. I want to thank the team. Some are in the room, managers, and some volunteers are here as well. The public are here, so welcome. This is a 2 evenings that we take very, very seriously. We spend a lot of time and effort, months working on, and it's about looking forward and building something that's stable and keeps us stable going forward. I want to turn it over to Nandini to do her presentation and take it from here. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Osmond. Over to you, Ms. Syed. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Osmond, for the amazing introduction. Thank you, Worship. Your Worship, through you to Council. Welcome to 2023 budget presentation. Our focus tonight, as you're already aware, is capital budget. Tonight's presentation is organized into 3 separate sections. While budget is a projection of future financial performance, we constantly draw inspirations and lessons from our past performance. And to that end, we will start our budget presentation tonight with the 2021 financial report card from the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing. Then I will give you a brief overlook at the aggregate capital allocation by division and various funding envelopes. The second part of our presentation tonight involves our 3 GMs to my right. They will provide some highlight of their key projects. And finally, the third section of our presentation tonight, I will wrap up with a high-level overview of debt and reserve ratio. Your Worship, I'm really pleased to share with Council and community members that are watching this and listening into this presentation tonight that we have recently received our 2021 report card or financial indicator review from the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing. All 444 municipalities in Ontario received this. This is on an annual basis, and this particular review is based upon 7 financial health criteria over 2 different indicator streams. So on your left or to your left, the sustainability indicators include total taxes receivable. So if, with your permission, Your Worship, I would like to spend a little bit time on this. So the first one is total taxes receivable. Why do we care about taxes receivable? On balance, most municipalities in Ontario rely on municipal tax revenue to fund their service level. So when we send out those bills, we hope and we pray that everybody in that community will pay that taxes. So it is absolutely imperative that we keep our taxes receivable low. And that's why it is one of the sustainable indicators. The second indicators on that list is net financial assets. For the non-accountants in the room, other than the 4 of us, net financial assets is essentially any assets that the town holds, subtract any liabilities that the town owes to different vendors or different stakeholders. You also have to make sure, in layman's term, if I have to explain this, that the town should have enough assets to cover any of its liability. So that's one of the indicators that the province would look into to make sure that we are viable, we are sustainable as a municipal government entity. The third on that list is total reserves. We have to make sure that we are putting away money, not just for the rainy days, we're putting away money to replace our assets, we talked about it, in a timely fashion. Because if we don't, then that not only causes service disruption, but overall it causes a breakdown in service delivery. The final point or the final indicator in that list is cash ratio, which is essentially your liquidity. You want to make sure that you're liquid enough during any given year to run your day-to-day. And one of the times the liquidity question came up big time is when we started the COVID journey. So that's all your sustainable indicators. Now, to my right, or at least on the right of the screen, we're looking at all the flexibility indicators. The first one there is debt servicing. Do we have enough opportunity to take on debt to make sure that we can finance our capital projects? In municipal government, given that we are heavily legislated by the upper level of government, we can only take on debt 25% of our own revenue. And that is why it is absolutely imperative that we manage our taxes receivable and our other sources of own source revenue. Asset consumption ratio. It means that we are making sure that we are depleting our assets at the rate that we are supposed to deplete. If we're depleting our assets too fast, that means we have to replace them at the same speed. And if we don't have enough money, then again, it goes back to my point about service level breakdown. The last one on that list is annual surplus. Now, this is one of the indicators that the ministry is extremely and particularly interested in. Because if we are running deficits 2 years in a row, or even 1 year, then that means as the provincial body, because all municipalities are a creature of the province, they have to come in and bail us out. So it is in their interest and equally in our interest to make sure that we are running a very healthy surplus at the end of the year. What that number should be, what that level should be, is debatable. So in totality, having these 7 indicators or doing well in all of these 7 indicators is crucial to understanding whether a municipal government is managing their financial health. And 2 year in a row, I'm very happy and pleased to say that we have scored low level of risk. So last year wasn't a fluke. So we have scored the same this year. So I just wanted to share that with council. As we move forward as a collective towards a more performance-based budget model, we have aligned and segregated the 2023 capital investment in 2 broader buckets. So there is a pie chart in front of you, but before I get to the pie chart, the total capital envelope is 82.1 million. Of that, about 54%, the orange section of the pie chart, is carry forward projects from previous years. That makes up about 44.3 million. The green section of that pie chart are essentially new asks for 2023. That makes up about 46%, otherwise 37.8 million. So I've given you some explanation of what carry forward projects are. Now, mind you, some projects are multi-year by design. They're not just carried forward because something got delayed. They are just multi-year by design, and sometimes projects do get delayed. Mr. Osmond said earlier today that since the onset of COVID, and especially since the onset of the global inflation, we have experienced supply chain delays, so that has impacted us. So one of the reasons we have carry forward projects are because they're either in work in progress or they got delayed for a variety of reasons. So the question could be that why are we showing that in our budget? They're already approved. By the way, carry forward projects are already projects that have been approved in previous budget year, 22 and prior years. So one of the questions that we get, or even council sometimes would ask, what would be the merit, what would the benefit and wisdom of putting that number in your current budget? Well, I've given you some explanation. The first of which is it provides a realistic, and the key operating word is realistic there. It provides a realistic picture of your in-year work plan and workload for capital initiatives. Because if you were only looking at the new ask, then you would miss the entire picture of all the other projects that we're currently either completing or delivering. The second reason is transparency and accountability. As part of our fiduciary duty, we have to show whatever projects that are open in our books. And the third reason is to allow for additional dollar approval, because sometimes you cannot, and budget is a projection. And I've said that earlier. So sometimes whether it's due to the market condition, due to delays, cost overrun, you may need additional dollars. So if you look at the green section of the pie, it says 37.8 million is new ask. Only 14 million of that 37 million is absolutely new ask. The rest of it is new ask for carry forward projects. And that's why we endeavor to show it this way so that council has a very realistic and wholesome picture of what our overall capital envelope is. So this particular slide shows capital investment by various divisions. This includes both tax fund and self-funded divisions. I'm not going to get into details. It's fairly self-explanatory. The only thing that I'm going to highlight, if you look at all the green bars, you'll see that divisions like water, wastewater, public works, fire, facilities, parks, these are the divisions that has the most amount of capital investment, and rightfully so, because these are the mandated service level that we are supposed to deliver. So carrying on the same theme, these are carry forward projects by division. Again, this particular chart mirrors the chart that we just saw 2 seconds ago, and rightfully so. Capital funding by different sources. So most of our capital initiatives are funded through reserves and reserve funds. But before I get to that, there are only 8 funding sources for the town of Orangeville, or that we explore every year. So the first one is federal gas tax. And then you have development charges. So I'm just going to read them very quickly so that people who are listening in or seeing this for the first time. So federal gas tax is about 2.8 million. Development charges is 2.4. Reserves and reserve funds, that includes discretionary as well as obligatory, is 43.2 million. Water rates, 2.9. Wastewater rates, 3.4. Grants, and that includes both federal and provincial, 5.4. Financing, which is long-term borrowing, is 18.7, and taxation is 2.8. We will revisit this particular slide in our third and final section when we look at our overall health. So perhaps you want to make a mental bookmark of that. But for now, the tax implication for 2023 capital investment is 2.8 million, which is a $200,000 increase from previous year, which is roughly about 0.52% increase. Now that 0.52 is already incorporated and factored into the 3.1% that we have presented, and tomorrow night we will be putting that recommendation in front of you. So before I invite the 3 GMs to my right to present their respective divisions and sections, I would like to restate what I said on December 5th when I tabled my budget. I said that this multi-year budget is centered on financial sustainability, economic vitality, and community stewardship. So essentially, I'm summarizing with what Mr. Osmond said in his opening remarks. With that, I will turn to Ms. Landry to highlight some of the projects from corporate services. Ms. Landry, thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members of Council. First of all, I do want to start off by thanking Nandini and the finance team, the managers and staff that have all put a lot of work, a lot of hard work into the development and presentation of the 2023 budget. Also, on behalf of all staff, and I think I'm fairly confident on behalf of all staff that worked on the budget, I do want to send a special thanks to Mandeep, Rebecca, and Dylan for their role as a primary contact for each department. Your patience, support, and assistance was truly appreciated, and I received a lot of feedback as to how, I'm going to say, kind and patient you were as you guided all of us through the process. So a big thank you for that. The corporate services capital program, continues to focus on supporting and enabling change through the modernization of processes for the services that we deliver. However, the capital project request before you tonight, as seen on the screen, focus on enhancing the town's security program. And of course, I'm going to run through these from a general standpoint, and if you have very technical questions, Jason is on board to assist me. So the first one deals with the digital first component with respect to compliance and data governance. As we look to modernize the delivery of our services, it is critical for us to establish a compliance and data governance program that meets the needs of our cybersecurity insurance provider, complies with PIPEDA, and that is, I know most people know what the acronym stands for, but it's the Personal Information Protection and Electronic Documents Act, And it also needs to focus and incorporate life cycle management of all electronic records. And I'm going to emphasize the importance of having the life cycle management apply to those critical and sensitive records. The second capital project request, as it relates to that comes from the IT division, deals with security and data integrity, which I know we're all very familiar with, and we hear a lot about of it in the news. So there are some technical terms in here, but I tried to relate them to how I could relate to those particular technical terms. And Jason, of course, can help me out if I don't get them right. But one of the items that you see on the screen in the second bullet refers to improved air gap detection. So I like to think of this as sealing a watertight joint to prevent a water leak. This assists with the prevention and detection of data leaking out. So for example, to detect a hacker planting malicious software to exfiltrate data. Incident response management. To develop a playbook on how we will react and respond to an incident. Such incidents may include a stolen computer, ransomware attack, or cyber extortion. Endpoint security. To protect the data integrity of devices connected to the network, such as a computer, and I think also traffic lights, and there's also very many other endpoints, as you can see by the number that are referred to on the slide. Security information and event management. This is a very complex solution to monitor, report, and provide real-time analysis of security alerts. All of the above points that we've mentioned in bullet 2 seek to assist us in meeting our cybersecurity insurance provider requirements as we move forward. Computer hardware is the last one, the third one. The purpose of this is to go through our annual computer hardware replacement costs across all sites in the town. It also includes funding for meeting room upgrades to improve virtual and in-person collaboration. And it also involves the introduction of hoteling, as they speak, with respect to generic workstations opportunities throughout the organization. So the hoteling concept has to do with you have a desk space, but it's not necessarily your desk space. It's shared desk space for other employees. And typically what you do is you book that desk space when you're in the office. So those summarize the major capital projects within the Corporate Services Division. And I will now turn it over to Mr. Osmond to present the community services.
Thank you, Ms. Landry, Your Worship, Council, members of the gallery. Well, as I said earlier, what you're looking at here on the list, if you would, for community services is a continuation for the most part. And I just want to touch on a couple things. Rotary Park. As you know, we did a report on Rotary Park in 2022, a good report overview, basically a project that's going to be in excess of $11 million to complete various features of that park, upgrade the park, and to add some new features to the park, such as a skating area, artificial skating area, which you can all attest to would be a great thing to have today, given the beautiful weather we're having. Very difficult to have natural ice when you're in a climate like this one. And I think that will be a tourist attraction. But what we've done is we've only brought forward the piece that's really important at this stage. So we're looking at the play structure. We have partners at the table working with us on this in Rotary itself. And so we've put basically $1 million on the table to start this project. And then in 2023, what we've asked to do is take Rotary in the biggest piece of Rotary and have a fuller discussion, if you would, on how we move forward the overall project. The town hall elevator, we are having lots of elevator issues these days. We're now finishing off the library, which we're hoping to finish by early in the summer, hopefully sooner. But in this building as well, you have an elevator. The beauty of this one is you're only going to replace the actual the unit you ride in and the electronics. And you can no longer buy the parts and electronics. It can't be repaired for this elevator. So you're 30 plus years. And it's now time to improve that asset or replace the asset with a new elevator itself. So that's in the budget. The evaporative condenser on this building, if you're in this building and sometimes the fire teams show up, a lot of it is a reason is the unit in the basement or on the roof, the evaporator condenser,
Thank you very much, Mr. Osman.
I'm sorry, Tim.
I will turn it over to Mr. Koselak now to take care of the infrastructure services one. We always save the most exciting and biggest one for last, right? Over to you, Mr. Koselak.
Thank you, Mayor Post. First off, I'd like to thank Finance for all their help. It's been a great help working with everybody, especially being a new GM at the table, trying to answer questions, and it's greatly appreciated. We prepared a bit of a list of 5 projects to be able to look at. For our group, we deliver for roads, we deliver for water, wastewater, transit, a whole myriad of different projects, but we've selected 5 that gives an example that we deliver. The first one is a new Well 5 water storage facility. For those of members of council who went on the tour, Well 5 is near the cemetery on Veterans Way. We're looking at building a new storage facility there that'll service the new developments, but also support the existing developments. One of the things we want to try and do work on the water storage tower that's off Beeline. It was built in 1999. And just because we don't have extra capacity, we haven't been able to take that offline to do maintenance on it. This new facility that we're looking to construct at Well 5 will allow us to take the existing storage facility offline and be able to do work in 2024 for repairs. So we completed an environmental assessment in 2022 for the new storage facility, and we're working on the detailed design right now and looking at tendering it this summer for construction. The second project is our new water meter project. That'll be a big project for the town. We're looking at replacing all the water meters in town. A lot of them have gotten past their useful life. They're not accurate. They're need to be replaced. So we're looking at doing a new program. These new water meters will be a remote monitoring one. So anybody who has to have a physical read right now or has a puck on the side of their building, these will be a wireless one so we can pick up the signals at any time. We're also looking at trying to do water meters that have advanced features. One of the problems we've had, some people have, say, leaks. You have a toilet that's running, you have different things. These will be able to monitor if somebody has a constant flow over different times. So then we can try and alert people, let them know, hey, they may have an issue, they may want to look at it. Also, from a meter reading, it reduces our cost to have somebody walking out to look at every meter to read what it is. So it'll make it more efficient, it'll make it more accurate. And one of the things we want to try and look at how much water we produce. This way we'll be able to check the meters in the morning, wait 24 hours, and we know we produced X number of gallons of water at the wells, and we can see how much has been used. So that way it'll help us with our leak detection and just know how accurate our program is. It'll come in a lot of uses. The third project is the rehabilitation of the water pollution control plant. For the plant, it's been around since I think the 1920s. It's had some repairs and upgrades over the years. With this, we're looking at replacing a 50-year-old digester. It's lasted its time. I think normally they have about a 30-year lifespan. This one's over 50 years and doing other works out there. So that way the plant is efficient, we have high quality effluent, and we have a reliable system for the going forward. We also have 3 roads we're looking at reconstructing in 2023. We have Church Street, which is from Mill to John Street, Victoria from Ottawa to John, and Ontario, Victoria to Princess Street. So all 3 of those roads were constructed roughly in the 1960s. This will include the replacement of the water and sewer and reconstruction of the roads. And the 5th item is the operations center expansion. One of the things the town's growing all the time with new developments. Our bays in our garage are quite full, trying to get equipment in there and be able to maintain it. So we're looking at doing expansion in there, and we're also looking at putting a wash bay as part of it too, to be able to keep equipment clean, but also get the salt off at some of the times to be able to have the equipment last longer. So those are 5 of our key projects that we're undertaking in 2022. There's more in the full document, but I think those are some of the key ones we have in our area. So I'll turn it back over to our treasurer, Nandini, unless there's any questions.
That's great, Mr. Koslek. I'll turn it back over to Ms. Ayad.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you to our 3 GMs for highlighting their superstar projects. So as I mentioned earlier in my presentation that we would come back to this particular slide, capital funding by different sources. And I really would, with your permission, Your Worship, like to spend a little bit of time on this particular slide, because unless we understand how these funding sources work and how much control we have over them, it is very difficult to understand the overall financial health of not just our community and our organization, but any municipal government across our province. So there are 8 funding sources. So let's start with the first one. So out of those 8, if you look at gas tax, which is a federal grant, predictive, albeit still a grant from an upper level of government. And also if you look at the grant envelope, which is kind of the third one from the bottom. So between the 2.8 million and 5.4 million, we as a local government entity have very little control, in fact, no control whatsoever on that. How much funding we receive in any given year is subject to federal or provincial budget. is subject to eligibility because grant is a very competitive, almost a contact sports at this point in time. So that eliminates 2 out of 8 funding sources, which we are pretty much at the mercy of the upper levels of government. Let's go to development charges. Now we can only use DCs for growth. So we cannot use it for asset replacement, meaning things that are already in place. With the advent of Bill 23, there are tons of uncertainty around DCs. We may not see the level of DCs that we have been seeing for the last 5 to 10 years. So now we're down to 5 funding sources. So let's look at water and wastewater. Because those 2 areas are user fee funded, we cannot use those reserves for anything else other than water and wastewater operation. Although they're great to have, but there are restrictions and there are legislative criteria around it. So for our overall budget, we are now down to, if I'm doing my math right, to 3. And they are reserve and reserve funds, financing, and taxation. Let's start with financing. So finance is also highly legislated under the Municipal Act, under the provincial guidance. As I've mentioned earlier today, that we can only take on 25% of our own source revenue. Own source revenue is essentially taxation and user fees, that's it. Reserve is not a revenue. Reserve is a funding source. Grant is a revenue, but it's not own source. So when we go down to that, through that rabbit hole, you can very quickly see that having own source revenue has a direct correlation to how much money we can borrow. That brings us to reserve and reserve funds. Reserve and reserve funds, although not in revenue, are essentially past revenues that we put away in a savings account, so to speak. If we only deplete our reserve and reserve funds and not replenish them at the same rate that we're depleting it, then it'll dry out very, very quickly. Now let's get to taxation, right? So every time we are taxing people for a certain amount of money, it is increasing the tax rate. As I mentioned earlier today, for the last few years, the levy requirement for capital budget was status quo at 2.6. This year, or I should say in 2022, when I did bring my report to council, I asked for an additional $200,000 just to adjust for inflationary purposes. So this 2.8 is a $200,000 increase from last year's tax contribution, which resulted in a 0.52 increase, which is also factored in the 3.1. So where am I going with this? I'm walking you through all these different sources of funding. That means that when it comes to reserves, financing, and taxation, literally these are the 3 that we can play around. If we reduce one, that means something else has to increase. If I have to title this section of the presentation, it'll be called Something Gotta Give. So every time you're seeing an increase in financing and long-term borrowing, that means we try to protect our reserve envelope. It also means that we are trying to make sure that tax rates are not spiking, right? So with all that out of the way, let's take a look at our debt to reserve ratio. And every year without fail, I get this question: what is the optimal level? The optimal level is not a straightforward answer. Understanding the optimal level has to be predicated upon what I just explained. So ideally, in the perfect world, in a perfect utopia, the optimal level between debt to reserve ratio should be 2 to 1, meaning you should have twice as much reserve than you would have debt. But to maintain that in a year where we are facing record inflationary increases, where we are also facing capacity issues that Mr. Osman has iterated on December 5th as well as tonight, in a year where we are taking on a lot of capital projects to make sure that we're keeping up with our service delivery models, something gotta give. It may not be an ideal optimal level, but is it level that we can work with? So this particular slide shows that for the next 6 foreseeable years, our debt level is slightly higher than our reserve levels. And one of the reason, even though it's not optimal, but it's prudent and strategic, because by doing it this way, we're making sure that we are not depleting our reserves and we're also not spiking our tax rate. With that said, Your Worship, I would conclude our presentation for tonight. And before I hand this over to you, just a quick reminder that tomorrow night, this whole team will come back. The budget crew will come back to present the operating budget. I do have 2 recommendations for council, which has already been published in the report that I've written. But for tonight, I would ask through you, Your Worship, to your council, that once we have an opportunity, once council has an opportunity to deliberate and ask some question to staff, that this council approves, at least in principle, the capital budget or the capital envelope of the budget, so that tomorrow night when we are deliberating the operating side of things, that this particular side is out of the way, and then we are actually focusing on the operating side. With that said, Your Worship, thank you for your time. Thank you for your patience. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Syed. Now the fun part begins. We're going to open the floor to members of council. A reminder that we are looking only at capital projects tonight. So I will open the floor for questions. Who would like to start the questions tonight? Nobody. Done. It's approved. That's it. All right. Councillor Andrews? Oh, Councillor Stevens. Okay, we'll start with you.
Thank you. First off, can you just give us a quick rundown of, because obviously Ms. Pendergast and myself are new, I'd like to know kind of the procedure besides capital and operating, if you don't mind.
Sure, absolutely. The way that our treasurer presents a budget is very much a story of how we're going to move forward into the future of our community. And in the past, number of years ago, it was procedure that we would go through almost like an Excel spreadsheet, line by line, and look at every single expenditure. And quite honestly, it's a waste of everybody's time to do that. And Ms. Syed does an excellent job of putting together the main components of a budget, specifically some of the new asks for council to deliberate, to ask questions of the GMs and of the managers of those departments, to try and find out why those, what the reasoning is behind some of these increases, what the need is, where the business case is for additional components of the budget. And the procedure that we'll take tonight is to start by answering any questions that anybody has. Once we've gotten through some of the questions, if there's suggestions or recommendations or motions that are going to come out to remove or add items to the capital budget tonight, we will move forward with those. But I'd like to start with questions first, and then we can look at any of those recommendations or additions. Does that help? Okay, perfect. So now questions. Okay, Councillor McIntosh.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is to Mr. Osman. When you mentioned the aerial truck or aerial device that the fire department is looking at, what is the wish? What are we hoping to put down this year? I know we have to make a down payment. Is it 50%, 75%, or do we know?
Mr. Osman? Oh, Ms. Syed.
I'm just trying to make sure that the budget document is up so that as we go through the question period, we can see it. I apologize, Councillor McIntosh. Do you mind repeating the question?
Certainly. I just wonder what the percentage was that we were putting down for the aerial device for the fire department. I know we have to put something down to secure our place in line, so to speak.
That would be about 67%.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
For anybody who's looking at a specific project as well, if you can provide the page number where it is in the budget, that would be helpful if you've got it. If not, Ms. Syed is excellent at finding them very quickly for us. Councillor Andrews.
Thank you, Your Worship, Ms. Syed and the team. Thank you for the presentation. For those of you that are watching, those of you in the gallery, I have to again commend the staff for the amount of work that they've gone through to present a high-level budget, one that provides a lot of detail. And to Mr. Osman's comment, yes, this is a recovery budget from my perspective. We've gone through a couple of years of COVID. We know where we stand, but we have some projects that need to be completed. And if we don't, we're just going to compound the problem and continue to see that, the ticket cost escalate. Madam Mayor, I was looking for one particular item, and Madam Treasurer did make reference to DCs. And if you recall back on December 5th, I actually posed the same question, the mystery of DCs because of Bill 23. One of our major projects that we have is, in fact, if I'm correct in saying so, and I forget the page in the document, it's leveraged on DCs, which is the Hanson Bridge. Am I correct in saying so? So without that final number, how are we going to continue to move ahead with that project, just for my clarity and members of council?
Ms. Syed?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Councillor Andrews. So some of the projects that are leveraged by DC funding have been recognized through our DC study back in 2019. So the wisdom at the time was, without knowing Bill 23 would come our way, is that we would be collecting those DCs as of 2019. So on balance, and I don't know exactly which project this is, but on balance, we would carry on as if we are receiving these DCs. But moving forward, the distinction would be the next DC study that we would take on, the distinction would be that now we have to be more cognizant of how we are financing new growth. But as it stands right now, any projects that have been identified through our development charges study back in 2019, we as a town would assume that those projects will use the apportionment of the DC. All that said, the caveat, and I really have to put this caveat because this is a public meeting, we haven't been successful in collecting the projected DC revenue. Part of it is because of COVID, it slowed down construction industry. Part of it is because to a delay in supply chain. So that means the projected revenue that we were hoping to get through DC is not there. So we have to, at some point, for lack of a better terminology, we have to figure this out. And this is coming on the heels of Bill 23. Do I have all the answers right now? No. But that said, we do have a good, healthy overall budget envelope. One of the things I was pointing out earlier when I walked you through the 8 funding sources, and the thing that I said is something's got to give, right? One of the reasons you will see that the debt envelope has increased quite dramatically for 2023. That was one of our ways to mitigating for any future loss of revenues or any future dependency of projects that are potentially going to be DC funded, right? So we are here without knowing how all of these moving pieces will play out. So we are trying to mitigate this in real time, and that is the best answer I can provide for you. Right now, any DC funded projects, we will make the assumption and continue. I know it doesn't sound logical, but we have to make the assumption that we will carry on, and whatever percentage of DC is allocated towards a project as of 2019 DC study will continue in that fashion.
Okay, I appreciate your answer with the detail. For a more simplistic way of looking at it from the debt ratio that you referenced, that does mean, for the sake of a layperson's analogy of this, if I'm correct in saying so, Ms. Syed, that the debt ratio is going to continue because the uncertainty of not knowing what the DC amount is going to be. Am I correct?
That's one of the ways. I mean, clearly, we're not putting any delta coming out of DC only on debt financing, and that is part and parcel of this team's work. And I think one of the things I've heard over the last few months is that province has taken an active role, and I think they will start this with the bigger regional government because from their perspective, they will be the most impacted with some of the legislations that are coming out of Bill 23. So there is an appetite and there is an interest for provincial government to see how much money we're losing through this bill. The Minister of Municipal Affairs did come out and rolled out what they're calling a financial audit. So that the first iteration of audit will include the bigger regional government. So at some point, if that goes through as planned, then perhaps we can also make a case for that. What about us? we are also losing DC revenues. So will that be mitigated through the provincial government, or would that be mitigated through other tools that they will give us? So some of these things are still uncertain. Now, very quickly, Councillor Andrews, if I can point out, the project that you mentioned, there is a new ask for that project this year. And because we knew that we were not getting enough DCs and Bill 23 is on the horizon, any new ask of DC funded projects, we are funding it through our general capital reserve. So again, we are mitigating these issues in real time. And sometimes I may not give you a straight answer, but it's simply because that we are trying to figure this out in real time. Hope that answers
No,
you.
it does tremendously, and I truly appreciate it. But can you possibly provide me at this time any idea of what that amount would be that we're pulling out of our general capital reserves on that particular project?
Ms. Hyatt?
Through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Andrews, the new ask would be 350,000 for that particular project.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Madam Mayor, that's all I have. I do have others, but I'll wait for some of my other council members to pose some questions.
Okay, perfect. Was there, yeah, Deputy Mayor and Councillor Sherwood? Which one was first? Sorry, I missed it. Councillor Sherwood, go ahead.
Yes, Your Worship. I was just wondering, rather than us jumping from one manager to another, could we have some kind of structure? I'm not asking by line by all means, because I don't want to be here forever a day, but I'm wondering, as we sit here, like I have questions for library, I have questions for public works. Could we possibly go by department and then ask every councillor? So for example, library, if you floor library and there's a capital projects by all of us, can we do it in that kind of, it's kind of, it would just be easier than me saying, oh, I want to speak to this manager or that manager with my list.
Sure, we can do that. If that's the wish of council, we will move on then with corporate services to start with. We can look at, I know there's not a significant number in corporate services, so let's just open it up to all corporate services questions if there is any, which would include finance, clerks, bylaw, IT, human resources, and communication. If there's any questions about any of those capital projects. No, I'm going to guess that a lot of them are going to go to community services and to infrastructure. Okay, so we will next turn it over to, Ms. Syed.
Your Worship, if I can make a suggestion, as members of council are asking question, if it's an overall question, that's fine. But if you're looking for answer for a specific project, if you don't mind giving us the page number, that way we can bring it up on the slide so that everybody can have a visual of that. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. We'll move on. Oh, Deputy Mayor. Yes, I am moving on to community services. We'll start with the Orangeville fire component. Was there additional questions about fire budgeted items? Yeah, Councillor Stevens.
Sorry, thank you. Through you, Your Worship. On page 103, $400,000 for radios. My question is, when we purchase these, are they going to be obviously set for the new fire station and they'll continue to be used? I mean, it's.
Mr. Osmond?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Councillor Stevens. The chief is on the line, so the chief can certainly speak to it. But the quick answer is to carry forward. We've had radios on for a couple of years now. We've held off, not just because of the fire station, but we were looking at the PSBN and the overall linkage of our communication system in the region. And the new radios will be radios for the long term. And our intent right now is we're gearing up for those radios, but we're finishing some digital pieces behind the scenes and dealing with other fire services in our county. And hopefully we can do a collaborative and try to move along that way. But the replacement of those units, some of the I know that IT can jump in and speak to us. Some of the digital pieces behind the scenes are absolutely connected to the fire station, and some of the way the towers work are also connected to the fire station long term. But for the immediate future, we will be getting the radios in 2023, and they'll just be designed to fit the scheme, if you would, or the design of the fire station going forward.
Does that answer your question, Councillor Stevens?
Yes, thank you.
Perfect. Was there additional questions regarding fire? Okay, next up is Orangeville Public Library. Was there some questions about the library? Councillor Sherwood?
Yes, your worship, and I'm going to try and find the page quickly. Did someone else have something about the question?
Sure, Councillor Prendergast.
Thank you, Mayor Post. Page 111. I just had a question regarding the distinction between, sorry, I have it written down here. The Library Creation Lab and the Makerspace.
We've got Ms. Fraser in the audience who will come forward and answer that question for you.
Okay.
Welcome, Ms. Fraser.
Hello. Thank you. Through you, your worship, to Councillor Sherwood. Pendergast, sorry. There is no difference. The Makerspace, when we first put the initiative out there, we were calling it a creative lab.
Did you have additional questions to that, Councillor Prendergast?
No, but I think maybe then we might want to amend the budget because there's one line for Makerspace upgrades. Maybe that would be included in the Library Creation Lab for Alder. I'm just wondering if those should be amalgamated on one line to ease confusion.
Ms. Syed, can I turn that over to you?
Thank you, Worship, through you to Councillor Pendergast. From our vantage point, if the dollar values remain the same, the impact of the actual budget is really nothing. So it's just a matter of amalgamating. It's a description amalgamation that you're suggesting, if I'm correct. Yeah, that should be fine.
Ms. Fraser, did you have something additional to add on to that?
I just wondered, Ms. Syed, if that was maybe the money that was received from Commonwealth Insurance. It almost seems to be the.
Your Worship,
Ms. Syed?
that's correct. Your Worship, if it's okay with your council tonight, some of these questions, if we don't have the answers on the spot, if we can take it under advisement, we are coming back tomorrow night to present the operating budget, and that will allow us a little bit of time to research and perhaps have a discussion with some of the other individuals involved.
That would be wonderful.
Thank you.
Was there additional, Councillor Prendergast?
No, thank you.
Okay, it'll be Councillor Sherwood up next.
Yes, thank you, your worship. Through you to either the treasurer or the librarian. On page 115 and 118, there's furniture requests. And so on 115, there's $5,000 furniture request for Mill Street. And then on 118, there is furniture requests for $20,000 for library modernization. Is the library modernization request for Alder or for Mill?
Ms. Fraser?
Thank you. Through your worship, I believe that's for Alder.
So it's for Alder. Okay, and then my thoughts are, and I know the 5,000 is very minuscule, but do we need to be replacing furniture at a time when the library will be closed for several months throughout this year? Is that not something we could push forward to next year?
Ms. Fraser?
Through your worship, it was, that is money going into the Makerspace in future years to keep the equipment up to date. I don't believe there was an amount for 2023 in that. And if there is, it's the amount that was reduced, Rebecca, for.
So is it being reduced? Is it being asked to 5,000 and then in 2024, if I'm looking at page 115, it's going to 30,000. That's
okay. So that is the regular furniture and fixtures. It was reduced this year in anticipation of the other expenses. So it was a one-time reduction in that furniture and fixtures ongoing capital annual request.
Ms. Syed?
118 is furniture for Alder.
Your Worship, if I may jump in just for 1 second. So there are a couple of things, and one is a very minute thing, but it executing a bit of a confusion here. So the page numbers that you're saying is slightly different, and I'm wondering if it because you're looking at through an agenda PDF, whereas so it's not a whole lot of pages. So when you say 115, I'm looking at 112. So anyway, if you could give us the name of the project, yeah, that would help us. So in terms of whether this is, I believe the first $5,000 one is an annual request, is an annual request of replacement.
But it's going to be increased next year to 30,000. Okay, so you're trying to compensate because you want to use 25,000 for something else. And that's the library modernization. Is that where that difference is?
Okay, Ms. Fraser?
Yes, it is.
That is correct.
Thank you, Councillor Sherwood. Deputy Mayor Taylor?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. So the spirit of my questions tonight is I'm looking for big buckets that we could look and understand. So, you know, candidly, before I ask it, I have to say, like, I've been an unabashed supporter of the library, but it's just such a different year. And that's the theme of my questions. So the Alder expansion, we've got $100,000 in there to get started on that, get the documentation going, that sort of thing. Given where we are, given the year that we're going to have, do we need to do this in 2023? Is it something that we should be talking about moving, pushing back? And just so everyone's aware on staff, that's the theme I'm going to be looking at. I've got questions on recreation. They're very similar. You know, are some of these projects that are of significance, should we be pushing?
Your Worship, if I could take that question, yeah, thank you, through to Deputy Mayor. We had the same struggle, if you would, with how we would proceed with the library. As you know, I spoke to many times. We had 11 million, or not 11 million, sorry, we had, I think it was 15 million on the table for library. And it is a big project, an expansion to Alder, if that was the way we were actually going, based on our most immediate work that we just did, the branding and the business case report. And how do we deal with the library? And the issue is that to better inform the council on how you should move forward with this, the $100,000 was for a feasibility study to look at how this facility would actually look, what you could afford to do, how you would fund it, what the various revenue sources might be out there available. So that $100,000 is not for any hard surface work. That's for a feasibility study report and do some of the consultant work behind preparing the documentation for council's deliberations in 2023 to how we move this project forward in future years. And it's a project that won't get realized in the next couple of 3 years. This is a big, big project. And while we had this on the table, you have other projects on the table. So you need to have all the information there to make some decisions. And that's the reason we kept the $100,000, or we put the $100,000 into a feasibility piece and pulled the rest of the capital dollars off the table.
Deputy Mayor?
Is there a way, Mr. Osmond, and I'm with you, like, you know, we've had discussions about the capital of the town and what this is going to look like longer term. So I tie Tony Rose to Alder Street, I tie the libraries together. What is this future going to look like? Like, for me, it would almost be better if the 100,000 was part of a Tony Rose look. And candidly, like, I see things, we're not there yet, but I see things in for Tony Rose that are expensive, millions of dollars in future years. I'm not excited about those. I don't think you are either. I'm sure you're going to tell me we need to do them to keep the building afloat, but still, is there a way to paint a picture for council and for everyone who lives in this wonderful town? Hey, Tony Rose is coming down. It's coming down in X year. Alder Street we're gonna do this to that. The library is tied as part of this. It just feels like it's like, for me, I'm not someone that would look at a housing plan and go, oh, well, that's where the bathroom is and all these sorts of things. I like to see visuals and understand. And it's hard to compartmentalize all these different projects when really they're tied. Each one is 1, 2, 3, and if they're not all done together in conjunction, it's just hard to understand it. So I go back to the $100,000 that's there. I mean, I know it's nickels and dimes, but I'm going to ask those questions on some other pages too. Should we be doing this now, or is it really tied to what is happening at all these other centers that we need to get done?
Mr. Osmond?
Thank you, Your Worship, through Deputy Mayor. They're all good points. Let me just try to capture a few things. The Tony Rose piece, we kind of held off on the Tony Rose piece because you're absolutely correct. One of the issues with Tony Rose is that facility maintained operations for us during COVID. That facility is doing a lot of things because we were down in Alder. And we also had a facility that we did not have real-time data. We had 2 years of pretty much shut down, and it really disrupted, if you would, and created huge gaps in our data source. So we're getting new data, real data now in the last few months from Tony Rose. And we've actually did exactly what you're talking about. We actually collapsed, if you would, 3 of our projects that are in the carry forward, we collapsed into the Tony Rose business case feasibility study. And that covered off the Alder upstairs, the Tony Rose itself, and the artificial turf surface. We've actually collapsed those. We want to do exactly what you're saying. And there's some economies to that. And having done that, we didn't increase the budgets for those. We said if we can get them all to go together, we'll find economies, and hopefully we'll have enough money to even cover off the consultant fees to do that particular piece of work. Likewise, we didn't look at exactly taking the library and doing just that as well, but it may be another source of us to take a look at. Something, where will the library land ultimately? What will Tony Rose look like ultimately? Will it be repurposed? Will it be completely, dismantled and start from scratch, rebuild a new site? Give you an example. I mean, the site itself, as you know, in your time on council, that the Tony Rose site was talked about for a whole bunch of things, everything from housing to putting in cabling and so on through the site, parking lots and so on and so forth. We protected the land. The town protected the land because some of the decisions need to be made, and some of the informed decisions need to be made based on having real-time data, based on having input from experts, based on what the needs of the community are, based on engagement with the community, and all those things are real answers that we need. These are directions we need, not just as a staff, but as a council. And one of the big reasons why we left some of these things on the table to bring it into a particular meeting is that there's the big question around how do you fund it? We're not talking about, a $5 million building here or a, $10 million building. We're talking multi-millions, not just for Tony Rose future, whatever that might be, the Tony Rose of the future or what might happen for Tony Rose, but also for libraries. What is that going to look? Where's that money going to come from? And then when you factor in the other pieces, i.e. the Rotary Park, these are some of the big ones that we pulled off the table so that council can move away from this as Nandini, the treasurer, just alluded to. We're talking about 23 here, and now we can try to figure out how to get through 23. But the real big questions and the tough decisions on, like you're saying, do you tear it down? Do you want to tear it down? It may be the best thing you could ever do. But right now, we need to have the real detail around that. I agree with you. I can read the same as you. The bottom line is you read the master plan. You read the studies that have been done on Tony Rose in the last number of years, last 10 years in particular, and they will tell you that, you don't need a pool, you don't need this, you don't need that. The money that's in the budget now, the $2.3 million that sits in the budget is something that kept coming forward. It kind of stayed there, but you're absolutely right. That will come off the table in 2024. Once you have all the information in front of you, say, well, we're not going to be doing any maintenance or any upgrades to the existing facility. We're going to go forward with the bigger project, because they have all the information you need. You've had time to get the public input, and you'll have everything you need to make good, clear decision. And I think that's where we're trying to get us to right now, is that we have things we got to do, and then we have things we need some time to make some decisions on. And in all fairness to this council and to the staff, we don't have all the information. And we need to make sure we have that information in front of you, and not just in front of you, but also the stakeholders. There's people going to ask questions, the minor hockeys, the lacrosse groups, and all these kinds of groups. They know they've seen these reports. They've seen the master plan. They know the kinds of things we're talking about. But what is the real answer? Is it a field house? Is it more arenas? Is it things going on from a library perspective to a culture space? All these things are in the air. And I think before you can land on something, you need the information. That's why we've kept in there, and we kind of delayed a little bit, because we want to try to capture it all in one fall swoop here, and bringing the library into it. You're absolutely correct. We may find ourselves economies doing that, but the library is huge. The library, in terms of how you design and build that onto an existing space, or if it actually even lands in this space, it might end up in Tony Rolls, who knows? These are things we need answers on. And I think that's why we kept the feasibility dollars in there to at least deal with that and give council the information it needs to make some decisions.
Thank you, Mr. Osmond. Deputy Mayor, continue. Yep.
So at the risk of being called dense, I just want to follow up and then go from here. So if I was to put this together in a linear fashion for myself, and again, I'm not the CIO. I don't understand these things as you would. So please give me a little leeway here. I would not spend the money on a $100,000 study at Alder. I would be looking across town at Tony Rose and spending my money at Tony Rose, and I would figure that facility out first, and then I would kind of come over here, because really Alder's going to take a lot of pressure for a period of time, and then it's probably going to need its own repairs. Like, you're going to finish Arena, and then Alder's going to be worn down because it took all the pressure from this other piece, and then you would go at it. So I guess I still struggle with why in a tight year that we would have that expense there. Maybe we're not arguing about the dollars, we're arguing about where to spend the dollars, and I would probably take that allotted money and I would put it over on Tony Rose and spend it there, and not, and again, Ms. Fraser, no offense to the library, I love the library, but
Deputy Mayor, can
my
I
head.
add one comment to that?
Certainly.
The $100,000 is not for Alder as a whole. It's just for the public library portion, not for the entire facility. So it wouldn't include rinks or anything like that.
No, I understand.
Okay,
That. It's for
perfect.
the library expansion at Alder, or expansion or different look at Alder. And again, I'm saying, why would we focus there when the problem is not there? It's over here. That's all I'm getting at.
Understood. Thank you. Is there additional comments from Mr. Osmond or Ms. Fraser? Yeah, Mr. Osmond?
Yeah, if I could, Your Worship, they're all good points, and nobody is dense. I mean, the fact of the matter is it's all about trigger points. And the trigger point right now is you're absolutely correct. We have Tony Rose on the table. Tony Rose is moving. That's going to happen. What happened and what's changed is in 2022, we finished a report on the library, and the library basically said to the municipality, you need to look at a new space, a 14,000 to 15,000 square foot space, additional space. It was suggested you look at putting it onto Alder. And we just put it on the table because in 2023, as you know, we're taking a look at some major projects. So we took the big project off the table. But just like Tony Rose, we wanted to give council all the information on the table. So what you're getting to is the same as me, except I want to say you can deal with Tony Rose and you can deal with the library all in the same time, because what happens if you isolate Tony Rose and you just take Tony Rose and put it on the table is that it's great, Tony Rose is taken care of, but you're sitting there with this huge project and you got a funding envelope to take a look at, and you want to look at a funding envelope, not just for 1 year, 2 years. You need to take a look at how you're going to fund in the next 5 to 10 years those big projects, library being one of them. What happens if the feasibility study gets done in the library is that it could come back and say, you know something, you don't need 14,000 square feet, you need 10 or you need 20. But what you can do, by the way, is you might want to incorporate that in another location. You might want to do this at Mill Street and take that piece out of that new space we're talking about, but at the same time satisfy this other piece over here. Because what your business case says to you is the community is wanting and needing, from a input from the community, these new spaces, this new innovation, this new digital side, and not just about books, but more about community outreach, about other things going on in a library that you're traditionally used to, is other things to build a library. The no-cost, low-cost piece of libraries and the impact libraries are having in municipalities are really, really important based on your study and based on other studies. So what you're saying is, don't isolate the decision down to just Tony Rose. You need to look at the big pieces that are on your table. There's only 2 of them. Tony Rose being one, and the other big piece is a library, and they're huge. And you should have all the pieces to make the decision on the table. That under $1,000 can buy you that information, that side, but at the same time, Tony Rose moves along and you'll have both these big pieces on the table for council to have a really good decision on everything. So you got it there and you say, okay, we're going to fund Tony Rose this much in this next 5 years, and then we're going to fund the library this way. And libraries could have a different source of funding as well in the province and in the federal government. So as Darla always reminds me, libraries have a way of getting funding where towns can't get the funding. So it's a little different. So you might be ready for various sources. And that's the only reason why we're trying to keep it alive in terms of feasibility study.
Thank you, Mr. Osmond. Deputy Mayor?
Just one last piece, and I guess thank you very much, Mr. Osmond. I appreciate your time in explaining that to me. I guess to council, I would just say, I think we should move on from this, but in the back of your minds, as we go through the recreation plan and we talk about the other items, I think we should come back to this $100,000 for the library, and you need to talk about the other pieces before you can talk about this. That's my piece.
I think that's a very good point, Deputy Mayor. And perhaps while we're working through some of this, you can put a recommendation together or a motion that we can incorporate into a future discussion later on tonight. Okay. Councillor Andrews and then Councillor Prendergast.
Great. Thank you very much, Your Worship. And Deputy Mayor Taylor, thank you for the linear approach to this, because I think as been highlighted, Mr. Osmond, there are linkages to every decision that is made here. And looking at the facility at Alder, the decision to move ahead with a feasibility study in the library may also have other repercussions within that facility itself. We know of the redundant space that now became available in 2021. And so I would hope that this feasibility study would provide an opportunity to either maximize that space or take a look at the distribution and utilization of other departments across the organization. I think what's also important here is to take a look at the utilization of that space in a timely fashion based on what you're talking about. And it will be based on if this feasibility study is completed within the next 6 to 12 months. And also part of that is to consider the report, as much as we have no idea what the crystal ball will be. You were very clear it could be more square footage. It could be maybe a completely different roadmap than the roadmap that was even put forth as part of the business plan that came about of the robust report that came from the library board. Having said that, there's an opportunity, I think that, and I would obviously defer this to Ms. Fraser, but do we not have opportunities for some external funding that would be private funding? And I'm not talking about funding from the banks, I'm talking about corporate funding to support some of the activities that could be part of the decision that comes a part of this report. For example, the makerspace that has been talked about. I know that there are opportunities that exist, and I'm just wondering if that might be, possible direction that we head at some point.
The initial kickoff of the makerspace did come from a corporate grant.
Yes,
which was
yes,
wonderful.
yes.
But I will turn it over to Ms. Fraser.
I'm aware of that. Yeah, thank you.
Through you, Your Worship, I do believe there are examples in public libraries where private and commercial organizations and companies have provided some support. I'm not aware of a lot, and I certainly am aware of commercial maker spaces where it is a for-profit organization, but certainly we would be open to exploring options like that.
And I think where I'm going with this, and this again, not to put anyone in the spot, because the report and the information is incredibly thorough, and we are looking at things at a very high level here, but again, it's dollars and cents. The opportunities are there. It's just a matter of having the bandwidth, the ability to communicate and address those issues. And maybe, whatever the feasibility study comes back with, that may be one of the key points is look at the private sector, look at ways of maximizing partnerships in supporting some of this request.
Ms. Fraser?
Through you, Your Worship. Certainly increasing partnerships is a goal of the new strategic plan and the staff, and something we haven't done a lot of in the past, but looking forward to learning how to make those connections and seek some of that financial support outside the government sources.
I do have one more question, since we happen to have Ms. Fraser, and as the treasurer had indicated for us to identify the project, I needed some clarity. And again, this is a much less ask than some of the others that have been talked about, but this is library collections, project 1500, or with a lot of zeros beside it. This is as for the, I guess, the electronic replacement in 2023. I think the ask is somewhere, do I have the right one here? I apologize. I just want to make sure I'm corresponding to the request by the treasurer that I have the right one. It is the hardware upgrade. Since it was spoken by the general manager of corporate services in the IT side, of, cybersecurity. Does this have any relationship to this? I have the wrong project number. It is project number 2320 1300, computer hardware, public library. I know the ask is about 48,000, but I guess in the big scheme of things, as we were talking about earlier with the general manager of corporate services, one of the key pieces about cybersecurity, is this in alignment to that, or is this strictly for the opportunity for patrons to effectively borrow equipment or books and things like that?
Ms. Fraser?
Through you, Your Worship, that number is derived by Jason Hall, the manager of IT, in support of all the library hardware. So if there is security required, it would come with that request. As far as I know, we could. Is Mr. Hall still in the?
I am here I am here via the Teams.
Jason, does that number cover?
Thank you for the question. Yes, it covers off replacement of systems for public access, for systems requiring for staff use, along with all the required security that entailed with that. So that's part of our normal hardware refresh cycle for libraries. It's a separate budget from the rest of the organization for obvious reasons, but that is basically what that line item's for.
So that is software included, correct, Mr. Hall?
That's correct.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Thank you, Councillor Andrews. Councillor Prendergast.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have another question for you, Mrs. Fraser. So with the $21,000, it would be enough to initiate the Library Creation Lab or the Makerspace and buy all the initial hardware or software you would need, 3D printers and all of that?
Ms. Fraser?
Through you, Your Worship, we hope so. This was the grant that we were awarded from Commonwealth Insurance, and it is a rough estimate made at a time when by people not very knowledgeable about Makerspace hardware. So that is what's left of the $30,000 grant received. We have ordered some equipment, and yes, thank you.
Great, thank you so much. And just as an additional comment, when I approach this budget, I'm a teacher, I don't have a finance background. I just look at the 3.1% levy increase. And what does 1% mean to the taxpayer? That's $395,000. So when I look at something that costs $100,000, that's a 1% increase. So that's kind of my approach to looking at the budget. And I don't know if other council members reciprocate that, but that's just the way that I'm looking at it. So when you say I'm not looking at nickel and dimes, it actually $100,000 is 0.25% levy increase. So it is significant when you add these things up. That's
Absolutely. Thank you, Councillor Prendergast. Was there additional questions? Oh, Ms. Syed, go ahead.
So, Your Worship, through you to Councillor Prendergast, the percentage increase is 383,000 for this year. So you're absolutely right. I mean, it doesn't make much of a difference, but yeah, I just wanted to make sure that we're stating the right number. Thank you.
Wonderful. Was there additional questions about the library? Councillor McIntosh.
Sorry, Your Worship, it's not about the library.
You're just going to have to wait. Go ahead.
It is part of our discussion, though. This is to Mr. Osmond. In regards to the Tony Rose, how many studies have we done on that building in the last 10 years?
Mr. Osmond? That's a loaded question.
That's a big question. Yeah, through you, Your Worship, to Councillor McIntosh. Actually, in my time, we've done one. We're under the we had to do structural analysis of that building every 5 years because that's as part of our asset management program, and we're legislated to do that. So what basically we have not done any studies per se. What we've done is structural analysis. And just give an example, when you do a structural analysis of B-Rink has a lot of seismic issues. And if we were to continue with B-Rink, we would have to do a lot of maintenance, the things that Deputy Mayor alluded to earlier. So B-Rink in itself, because of his age, 50 years old now and going on, you would have issues. And that's why the structural analysis takes into account all the structure itself, the roofing, the pools, the equipment in the building, that kind of thing. And so that's what that's for. But we've not done a direct feasibility study or anything like that nature on the building. We've done a master plan, and we've done a facility analysis of all facilities before my time. And all these reports speak to Tony Rose, but not a specific feasibility analysis of Tony Rose study itself.
Thank you, and my apologies.
Was there any additional questions for the library? Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, through your worship. On page 115 of ours, probably a little bit off yours, Ms. Syed. Sorry, got to go over here to read. Library collections, 2.3. Can you just explain what that is?
We always get good questions about library collections, and Ms. Fraser is an expert at explaining where the library collection money goes to. Over to you, Ms. Fraser.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Stevens, there is, I have many slides. I could bring a whole presentation on the cost of the collections. And the collections, first of all, I'll explain that is made up in 3 parts. Our physical collection, which includes our books and our CDs and DVDs and audiobooks. And then we have our electronic collection. And then we have a non-traditional collection, which includes things like radon detectors and the health kit or the information kits from the health unit. Those are all that non-traditional. It is a large number for collections, and the bulk of our collections is the physical, and it's about 60% of that number goes towards new books and replacing old books. The electronic is a much more expensive collection, and we are slowly moving that ratio of physical and electronic as the need changes. But unfortunately, right now, a lot of the electronic items that are in high demand cost sometimes 3 times as much as the physical. And we are working with the new licensing models where you can't actually buy a copy of a book. You buy the license to it for a certain amount of years. Even with the electronic resources, we're being offered more licenses that are pay for view sort of thing or pay for use. So that number, although big when all together, broken up and divided into our different types of material, becomes a small number in all those areas. Happy to, as part of the library board, you'll learn all about that.
Councillor Stevens, you have a follow-up?
I do, thank you, and I'm looking forward to that. I'm just wondering why it's 2.3 million this year, but then it goes down to...
There's no billions of anything this year. That would be far too much.
Well, according...
I think it's 236,000-ish. I don't have it open in front of me.
It is 238,000.
Yes.
It is
No billions of anything.
All right. Then I apologize.
Okay, we're good?
We're good. Thank
Okay,
you.
perfect.
Evidently,
right.
I'm going to learn to read at the library.
Now the 236 doesn't seem like so much money, does it? Is there any further questions about the library? And I'm seeing none. Ms. Fraser, thank you so much for answering all those questions. And before we move on to the next department, I'm going to ask for a 10-minute recess, please. So we'll take a break. All right, welcome back, everybody. We've just finished up speaking about the capital projects in the library department. There is none in the crossing guard department. So next we're going to move on to economic development and culture. I will open it up to the councillors and deputy mayor to any questions with regards to economic development or culture. Capital projects, was there any? Councillor Stevens?
Yes, thank you. Through your worship. On page 129, 5 carvings need to be removed. And if I'm reading that I believe they're going to be removed, already been tried to fixed. And yeah, the tree sculptures. And
Is Ms. Phillips here to?
Yep, Ms. Phillips will
Oh,
respond.
there she is. I see her. Ms. Phillips, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Through you, your worship, to Councillor Stevens. Our office took over the wood carving program in the summer of this year. And we immediately did an analysis and evaluation of the inventory of all carvings. And what we discovered was that 12 are in various stages of disrepair. 5 carvings are decayed to the point that they need to be removed immediately. And another 7, while we continue to try to extend their lifelines, are going to be required to be removed in the near future. That's a fairly significant impact. 12 carvings over the course of the next 2 to 3 years. So our goal with this program was to increase the number of carvings that we install every year. Usually we budget in the past $5,000 has been budgeted per year for carvings. And that's equivalent to about 1 carving a year. We would like to increase that to 2 carvings a year for the next few years so that we can maintain the inventory and have a healthy number of wood carvings because it is a fairly significant tourism attraction.
Thank you, Ms. Phillips. Councillor Stevens, does that answer your question?
Yes,
Or do
thank
have
you.
a follow-up? Perfect.
Thank you.
Was there any additional questions about economic development and culture? No? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Ms. Phillips. We will turn it over to facilities and parks. Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I have a few questions on this page. I'm happy to step aside after each one or however you'd like me to proceed. But
No, go ahead, take a few.
the first one would be, and again, I'm thinking about a larger picture and through you to Mr. Osmond, if I could. The Alexandra Park development, is there any reason why we would, I guess, could we consider putting it all into year 1 as opposed to over a 2-year project?
Mr. Osmond, can I turn that over to you for that question?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through Deputy Mayor, I guess anything is feasible. I think we were staging it so that we can get one stage done before we go because it's a big project. Getting it all done in 1 year might be a bit ambitious. So doing it in stages, not only is it beneficial to getting the budget balance, but it also allows us time to do one phase. The issue we have right off the bat, we have ongoing discussions with where we relocate the monument. So the monument is a big part. We have to do a lot of relocation on the site. So the intent is to, based on discussions with the Legion, is to move the monument to the north side of the park. So in essence, what you're seeing right now is you're seeing the monument faces, it basically goes east-west. And in the future, the monument would be on the north side of Alexandria Park, on the south side of First, but on the north side of Alexandria Park, and facing the parking lot behind the building. So you're essentially getting, what we're trying to achieve is we're trying to have a long view for people coming to the site for entertainment, for activity. So if you picture coming off a second, you've got a full view of the complete site with a staging piece in year 2, staging piece on the bottom. So what you're seeing in the first year is movement of a lot of pieces, features on the site, and then preparing the site for next phase.
Deputy Mayor, yep.
If I may, I mean, this isn't where I was going to go, but I'm really surprised by that. So the Legion has said that, like, that was a big conversation. So the Legion has given their okay. That passed me by.
In discussions, Mr. Osmond, if I can take that, the Legion is opposed to having it moved across the road, but they were supportive of the idea of moving it within the park, because one of the benefits to moving it within the park is that it gives the Legion an opportunity to have a better parade square, to make it a better space to host things like Remembrance Day, and to have a better parade outcome for that. It would be a fully accessible space, and it would still be contained within the park. And they, from last conversations with the Legion and Mr. Osmond, perhaps you can carry on with that, is they were supportive as long as it was staying within the park. Mr. Osmond?
Thank you, Your Worship. And the other factor is that we are not going to proceed with the actual redesign of the site until we had our final engagement with the showing exactly where things are. We've had several conversations with the Legion, but we need to make sure that they actually see the design. I mean, the features don't change. It's just a location. How it sits on the location is pretty important, because as the mayor just alluded to, being able to view the site. So as an example, you can't just drop it on the site. It's got to be elevated, so it's a natural, flat, accessible site, larger site in terms of the parade for the function of the square. But that piece is huge, so there's a lot of conversations yet to be had. But yes, we did have a meeting about where exactly you should go, and they would agree to having it relocated on the existing site, but not to go off the site.
Deputy Mayor, continue. Yeah.
Thank you, Your Worship. So the next question is still on page 160 on ours, and it's the prices of all of the different play structure replacements. And so my question isn't how do we save money? My question is, and maybe a little history that you and I had, was when it went into Settlers Creek, which I assume these are the same models, there was a violent pushback to me, and I think Councillor Andrews experienced something similar on that park and just the suitability of it and whatnot. Are these similar parks? And if they are, what would be the amount of money, and this is probably unfair, so I apologize, but what would it be to upgrade to something that's more inclusive of a wider age group, to make it something more interesting?
Mr. Osmond?
Your Worship, through the Deputy Mayor, first off, we need to understand that what this budget does is provide you with the same level of service you have now. So it's a replacement of existing units. It's not to expand or redesign the site. As an example, what we did with Every Kids is we redesigned the site. It was $1 million project. It was a movement towards making it even more accessible, if you would, spray pads and all those kinds of features. When you're looking at this budget and we see this playground being replaced, this play structure being replaced, albeit they will be more accessible, some will be more accessible, but if you want to expand the scope of the project, then you will increase the budget. Give you an example, I mean, a play structure now could be anywhere from a minimum of $75,000 to $100,000, just a very basic playground with the the proper drop zones and all this sort of good stuff, fibers and so on. But to engage the public about redesigning a park to add some more features, then you need to change the budget and change the scope of work. What we're doing now is we do engage the public. So what we're doing now is we got a project, for instance, we're doing, I don't know if Mr. Cosgrove is on the line, but I just lost the actual site. But we're doing one now where we're actually designing 2 or 3 options. So we have a tender, we have 2 or 3 options. Oh, there you go. If you could bring me back to the site I'm referring to, Charles, if you would, in terms of just bringing 2 or 3 options to the public and say, okay, which ones do you like? And then could we actually interchange some of these to give you still same structure size, still scope of work, still scope of money, but not redesign the complete site. And that's the kind of thing, that's the budget you have in front of you. If we're going to, like Rebecca Hills is a good example of taking a step further. Rebecca Hills was not a replacement of a play structure, is a redesign of a site. And we have, coming out of the public engagement, we have a spray pad, we have some changes to the features to the play structure, we have a soccer space and so on. So it's a change to the overall scope of the site. If that clears it for you. If you could, Mr. Cosgrove, just clarify for council the name of the park we had discussed today. It is just running in my head.
Mr. Cosgrove, can I turn it over to you?
Yep, through Mayor Post to Deputy Mayor Taylor, that park is Cedar Stone Park.
Cedar Stone, yeah.
Deputy Mayor?
I understand what you're saying, Mr. Osmond, and in terms of redesign, and I get the difference of the $1 million for a redesign versus something there. But maybe Councillor Andrews, if you had a different thought, because I know we worked on this together. But my feeling is like instead of a Yugo, which is a car, crappy old car, could we put something a little bit more exciting, like a QX60, or could we just go from 75 to 115 or something, right? Like, could we?
We're not asking for a Rolls Royce.
No, but something that, like, when you spend 75,000 and people are upset, it's just a waste of money. So could we do less parks and spend a little money, and maybe the time frame gets wider? Is there anything with that? There's an operational standpoint to this, and I don't understand, again, what you and Mr. Cosgrove do, but I do understand the phone calls and the emails and the disappointment, right? So if there's a way to do it a little bit different, I'd be grateful.
Mr. Osmond, can I turn that over to you?
Your worship, so what the master plan speaks to this as well. What you have is parks that are in a certain classification. So we have small parkettes, we have neighborhood parks, and we have community parks. Cedar Stone is a neighborhood park, and Every Kids is a community park. Finley is a community park. Just size and magnitude of those parks. And if we take a look at our various projects, if you take a look at you got 35 playgrounds in this community, and you want to, let's say, bring it down to 20. You could redesign 20 really good parks with different features, larger features, more interactive material, more sensory equipment, more accessible, ramps to the unit, ramps that go a little further than what they do in a typical replacement. Then you've just changed the water on the beans, if you would, because now you change the scope. You've enlarged the scope of the projects, and you're going to go from roughly $100,000 project to easily a $350,000 to $400,000 project per se. Just let's say larger features. You could very well do that, but in doing that, you also take a look at your classification, and you also take a look at the size of the land that you have, the piece put this equipment on, and every play structure has a certain space around it that you have to have for fall space, for play space, and you also have some that are in a neighborhood setting and some are in a larger community setting. So if you want to stop it and say, hey, let's put a hole in all of our playground structures, going forward, you could do that. And you could say, let's do 23. If there's one that's got to be done, let's get it out of the way. We've already got some that are already on the table. Stop it and say, let's take a look at all of our playgrounds and say, okay, and have engagement with the public, because you're not going to do this without engagement with the public. If you go into all these various playgrounds and say, now's your chance, we're going to do an assessment on all these play structures, the ones that haven't been touched in the last 4, 5, 10, 20 years. What do you want to do? You got to do a couple things. You got to change the classification for all these parks. You got to ensure you have the land mass to handle the parks in terms of where these are going. And number 3 is a really good factor, by the way. Some can be dropped completely from from your inventory because your population doesn't warrant it anymore. You got populations that have changed in some of these neighborhoods. So timing-wise, there's nothing wrong with stopping and saying to this staff, in 2023, why don't you take a look at a plan going forward for the next 5 years, whatever the case would be, and try to answer your question, because I can't. I don't know what the public's going to say. I don't know if the people in Cedar Stone, as an example, might say, well, we just like the playground the way it is. That size is fine. We don't want anything bigger because too many people, it draws more people, it attracts more people, it changes the magnitude, and it changes what that piece of equipment does. So it's, what Mr. Cosgrove and I do is try to take a look at what you have in your reports to say, this playground should be replaced in this year, this one needs to be replaced in this year, and they're outdated, they no longer meet CSA standard and so on. So if the CSA standard is met for the next little while in the other parks, then you can stop it. You can say, hey, let's take a look at it. And maybe you need to enlarge some of these parks and make it a little bit more attractive, a bit more accessible, more features for sensory features, which we've just done with Rebecca Hills, try to put in 1 or 2 new pieces to try to enhance it. So that's the kind of thing you need to do. I mean, it's right now what we're trying to do, what you're seeing is simply an asset management replacement. It's not a change in scope. It's an asset management straight, you know, a Volkswagen for a Volkswagen. That's it. We're not going from a Volkswagen to an Audi, sticking to the Volkswagen.
Yeah, Councillor Andrews.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. And following up to Deputy Mayor Taylor's point, Mr. Osman, I really thank you for what you've just said, because taking a look at where we are, you know, asset for asset replacement. And I know there's another ask. I know that one of my other councillor colleagues was going to ask about, I think it was Walsh Crescent as an example. The expectations of our community are such, as the example the deputy mayor gave us, is the wow factor. You know, this is what we were hoping, but this is what we got. And we hear it frequently. And I think the frustration is that we would like to have the wow, but we also understand what the wow costs unless we have a plan in place to provide the wow. Sounds kind of strange. I'm saying that in a council meeting, but here I am. I'm saying about the wow. That's what our taxpayers are looking for within reason. So if it means that we take a look at the strategy that you're proposing with the idea of maybe taking something off the table, that may be one way of establishing a new priority and a new plan.
Ms. Syed, turn over to you first.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to your council, I just wanted to point out a couple of things. I'm hearing the conversation about Cedar Stone Park and Rotary Park. So the first one is a general comment. So if there is a CF at the end of the project number, that means it's a carry forward project. That means that project has already been approved in a previous year. And if you do not see any additional amount asked in the subsequent columns, that means you know, it's something that we're finishing up in the current year. So going back to the point that Cedar Stone Park and Rotary Park are essentially carry forward projects from previous council approval budget, and the other play structure replacements in the subsequent page are essentially new asks. I just wanted to make that distinction so that it will provide council a better basis for this discussion. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Ms. Syed. Was there additional questions regarding parks or facilities from members of council? Councillor Sherwood?
Yes, Your Worship. Page 161 in our agenda, and specifically what I'm questioning, and these are minor asks, the lacrosse storage shed for $55,000, the soccer netting for $20,000. Again, minor little asks, but I'm wondering, why are we paying for those and not the organizations that use it? Why isn't lacrosse providing a shed? Why isn't the soccer association providing the netting? Why is that up to us?
Mr. Osman, I'll turn that over to you.
Thank you, Your Worship. That's a good question. All the structures or the infrastructure in this municipality are all replaced by the town. Equipment to run the programs are replaced by the organization. So as an example, what happens when you do that comparison is they'll ask the same, you know, what the lacrosse will say to you is that, you know, minor hockey or lacrosse use arenas. You don't go ask the lacrosse or minor hockey to build an arena for you or buy the nets to play hockey with. That's part of your infrastructure. And likewise, when it comes to storage, we've done the same for baseball. Last year we did baseball. We put in storage for baseball. We got storage in for soccer. We have storage in for lacrosse. Well, don't have it right now, but lacrosse needs storage because it's all over the place. And over the last number of years, what we've done is we've started putting in these concrete structures, so they're permanent, low maintenance, no maintenance for long term. And that's why you have a bit of a cost up front, but for long term, there's no maintenance on these, and they're vandal proof. But they do, you know, typically sport organizations do not purchase infrastructure unless, you know, they got lots of money and they want to do that. We'll take their money. But generally, we haven't approached the leagues to provide the storage space in various sport venues for them to put their equipment in.
Thank you, Mr. Osman. Councillor Sherwood, did you have additional questions on? Okay. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Post. Through you to Mr. Osman. So actually to council first, if I could, I don't think that we've aligned on what we would do with these parks. So I'd just like to float that out. I don't have a motion or anything like that, but I would suggest that we're not making people happy and we're we're too low in what these are, and I don't have a suggestion for what it should be, but I'd just like to table it as part of this discussion. My question to you, Mr. Osman, and again, trying to be on big buckets, the $1 million for Rotary Park redevelopment, we had to remove Rotary Park. And by the way, I'd love to do Rotary Park. I think it'd be a jewel for the town. I love what town staff have put together. The ice pad in particular is exciting. And by the way, I'm not a big skater. I couldn't care less, probably won't use it, but excited for the town to have such a thing. But if we're not doing the $10 million, should we do the $1 million? And my suggestion would be is if we did move the $1 million to another year when things might be better and we're not in a recessionary time and, you know, inflation isn't at such an amount, that we would move some of these other projects up, because I'm not suggesting we just cut $1 million out of the budget. Why I was, you know, foreshadowing earlier is would you move up some of your other projects that are not as expensive? For example, the second portion of Alexandra Park, and you had kind of explained, but perhaps there's a way to maneuver things that you did spend that $200,000 this year, but you don't spend the $1 million. And again, for my council friends, that's not a motion, but it's something that I'd like to just debate a little bit.
Mr. Osman?
Thank you, Your Worship. So the Rotary Park play structure was on the in the capital budget for the last couple of years. Got delayed with COVID and everything else. We didn't do the project. That play structure is destined to be replaced because it has issues. It's old, it's outdated, and it needs to go. And rather than go out and spend, like we just spoke about earlier, spending $100,000 to stick a play structure in there, we were doing the design at the same time to redesign the Rotary Park. The play structure is immediate need. That's why let's try to keep the Rotary Park play structure in motion. And the other reason is we also have Rotary itself, the club itself, who's interested in moving that piece forward. So they're a partner. They're fundraising to put some of their funds into that project. So the intent there is to keep that project in motion and do the beauty of the Rotary Park design is that we can do it in little chunks. This will be a first chunk, not just the play structure, but also the approaches and access egress from the play structure. So it's got some walkway pieces coming in there as well. So that takes that, and you can actually separate that from the rest of the park. When you get into the big pieces of the park, the ice rink is an example, putting in a new light systems and all these are big pieces. That's what we've done. We kind of pulled away the play structure to satisfy the neighborhood and satisfy the park. It also is attraction for not just the neighborhood, but other people are coming to that park because of all the parking space and so on. So the intent is just to keep that play structure in motion and the features around it, keep that in motion. We can do that separately, and we want to maintain that. Again, another big reason was because Rotary are fully engaged and they're involved with us as well. So we like just keep it on the table. Can we do it, make it a little bit smaller? I'll go back to your earlier conversation. It's probably not the best thing to do. It would be like taking every kids and saying, well, let's do the spray pad, but leave all the play structure. But now look what you just did. You pieced it up. My big concern, even though we're having this discussion about the inflation, Deputy Mayor, is that our prices, I'm afraid, are not going to go down. And I would prefer to hit it now and get the price and keep it moving because we have no idea. And Ms. Saeed said it earlier. We're just trying to make all this fit. And I'm telling you that we don't know what the market's going to say to us. We're better off going out in the market and see what comes back. I think we're better off doing it now than waiting further down the road. It'll probably go up again because just the supply chain, the steel that's needed, the materials. So that's where we're to.
Thank you very much, Mr. Osman. As someone who uses that play structure often, I can tell you the condition of it is that it requires to be changed. We use it quite frequently with my family, and it could definitely use it. Now, Deputy Mayor, to your other point regarding the smaller parks, I have a suggestion for that possibly, and it wouldn't help with the Walsh Crescent Park, but it would maybe help with some of the future parks that we see already planned, is perhaps this year in 2023, we can start the public consultation on the Lions Park piece. And then in 2024, we can start the public consultation on the 2025 park projects. So that way we're in those neighborhoods, we're speaking to the residents, we're getting their input before it comes to budget time. And we can adjust those numbers accordingly based on the feedback that we're hearing from the communities. And as I'm suggesting, that's not going to help with the Walsh with the Walsh Crescent Park that's on the books right now, but maybe it would help with some of our future parks that are coming up in the next coming years. Was there any additional questions on parks? Councillor Prendergast and then Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. In regards to parks, the Walsh Crescent Park is a park that I used almost daily when my children were smaller. And it is, I think, the only park that has sand in Orangeville. So is that one of the reasons why it no longer meets the CSA standard? Or
Mr. Osmond?
I'll defer that to Mr. Cosgrove. I mean, I can make comments, but I think Mr. Cosgrove is more intimately involved at this point on that part.
Mr. Cosgrove, I'll turn it over to you.
Through you, Mayor Post, to Councillor Pendergast. If memory serves me correct, that playground is probably pushing between 15 and 20 years. It's just time to upgrade it. I actually didn't even realize it was on our budget. I think that must have been a push through from a few years ago and came back, but I have no problem with going out to the community first and asking what they would request, because a $70,000 budget there is pretty much what we had for Cedarstone. And most of those came in right at the $70,000 mark. So depending on what that community wants, it probably will not be enough. So if we need to defer that to 2024, I'm fine with that as well. And go out to get public consultation.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Cosgrove. That's very helpful. Deputy Mayor. Or Councillor Prendergast, did you have something additional? Okay, perfect. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. So the controversy with this budget is that, there's monies available to us, but we've made commitments to the public about how we want to go about those monies. And then the problem is that the tax dollars that are going to be put upon the citizens, that creates angst for citizens and council. My suggestion is, and Mr. Osmond, I'll leave it to you to tell me that my timelines don't make sense. My suggestion is, and this is an emotion, this is a discussion, that we would remove the Rotary Park development, the $1 million from this discussion today in budget. And then we would have a discussion with the citizens about the monies that we have in our fund from the railroad. And there would be a list of suggestions that we would have for the citizens. And Rotary Park redevelopment, the whole thing, would be discussed as part of that meeting. And again, this isn't a motion. This is a discussion topic. I can see your stern look that says you don't love it, but I'm trying to make a budget work. And I think what we would be doing here is, in my sad way of thinking, is we would be delaying this for a period of time as we wait to get this public consultation up and running. And again, you and your team would have a better idea of how long that process would be and how it would go. I'm going to throw out there's probably going to be 4 or 5 months before we would actually come to some sort of agreement. But it's January now, we pass the budget, then we go into this consultation, and by June-ish, July 1st, Canada Day, we're saying, hey, we're going forward with X, Y, and Z as part of this consultation project that we had. But it's a big budget item, and it allows us to have some leeway in an area where we're struggling.
Ms. Syed.
Your Worship, thank you. Through you to Deputy Mayor Taylor, just wanted to quickly point out that 1 million is through long-term borrowing, so it doesn't have any direct impact on taxation, but it does help with our debt position. Just wanted to give that information for Mr. Osmond if he would like to add more to this. Just wanted to make sure that that information is available to yourself and to our community members listening in right now.
Thank you, Ms. Syed. Mr. Osmond.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to be clear, so what you're suggesting then, Deputy Mayor, is that you want to take the project off the table entirely for the year, so $1 million will be off the table, or are you, so we can do the consultation process? There is a consultation process on the specific play structure itself. That has to be done. You're absolutely correct on that. We have to do it anyway. It's just that we have a budget of $1 million, and the public will know we have $1 million to spend. The RFP will be, we got $1 million. What can it look like? So the clarity I need is, does the $1 million stay on the table? Have the discussion. That's going to happen anyway. It's going to take 3 or 4 or 5 months. Got to go to tender. and so on and so forth. It probably mightn't get finished this year anyway. It might get finished next year. So the question is, do you want to take the million off and throw it in with the other discussion with the total 11 million, or you still separating it?
Deputy Mayor Taylor?
So my way of thinking, when you're having a brainstorming session with folks, you can't just say, hey, what do you think? Like, we would go in and we'd say, there's project A, there's project B, C, and D. And I would suggest that, so we would have an $11 million Rotary Park development. Here's all the bells, whistles, everything that could be done. Folks, citizens of Orangeville, this is something that you could consider. Is this something that you would be supportive of? Because we've got money for this. If you're supportive of it, it's $11 million and we'd like to go ahead with it. So today we're going to push this $1 million, right? Because we don't have authority to, well, in my world, we don't have authority to do it. We would push it, have it part of that other segment of funds that the public would say, yes, this is a good thing. And we would go at it that way. And my 5-month thing was me trying to roughly figure out how long would it take staff to get consultations together, review it, understand it, make a recommendation, and council to say yes. And my rough math was it's probably Canada Day before we'd be able to do that.
Mr. Osmond, I'll turn it back over to you.
So, Your Worship, we've done a consultation on a design for Rotary Park. We had consultation with all the stakeholders. We put it out. We did the consultation with the public, so on and so forth. What happens now is coming down to that discussion that you're kind of getting into is a discussion we want. And we need because of the funding source. And the funding source is not on the table right now. So the funding source is, do we take it from other dollars that are coming from another source? Could be ORDC as an example. So at the end of the day, if you want to hold the playground back, play structure back, and throw it into all that part of that same discussion, that's for the clarity I need. And yes, you could certainly very well do that. And as the treasurer says, $1 million makes no big difference right now in terms of, well, it does make a difference. We're not paying the debt because it's going to be debt finance. But at the end of the day, if it gets moved or delayed and the decisions on all these pieces is going to be made in the next 5 or 6 months, that'd be great. But it's just a matter of holding off onto it. But the actual Rotary Park has been done through consultation, has been designed through consultation, the ice rink and all that. We're going to have input into final outcomes, yes. But if you want to put it all into the same discussion, it's certainly up to council to do that.
Yeah, go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
I just want to be clear, what I'm trying to do is I'm not making a motion. I just want council to consider these things, and this would be a tremendous savings to the taxpayer if we could do it. That's it. And so I thank you for your comments, Mr. Osmond.
My only concern, Deputy Mayor, with what you're suggesting is you're suggesting that the consultation on the ORDC money, the $30+ million, could be done in 5 months. And I don't think that that is a reasonable expectation based on the amount of money, the amount of projects we could do, and the just the depth of the community consultation that we want to do. I think that's a really tight timeline, and I don't see us even being able to finish it by the end of the year, to be honest. I mean, I think we're going to have several sessions. It's not one meeting and we're good. I'd like to see surveys and several in-person town hall type sessions and a bunch of different options on the table, and then have it go back to town staff to revisit and look at some of those options. And again, come down with maybe a more solidified list of what was thrown at us, maybe, because maybe we're not going with 5 or 6 options of here's 5 ways we could spend the money. Maybe it's, hey, community, how do you want to spend this money, and take all of those options and have town staff digest that data into some recommendations that we could again go forward with. So I get what you're saying. I'm just not sure that the consultation piece could be done in the time frame you're suggesting. Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, I guess like flippantly, you know, I could care less about all that stuff. What I'm trying to do is find a way for us to get out of this kind of hole that I perceive that we're in, right? So if there's creative thinking that we can do as a group, I'm more than open to it. And I agree. I mean, I don't know if my timing is right. It probably isn't. You're probably right. But it's just something for everybody to consider.
I appreciate the suggestion very much. Was there additional questions about Councillor McIntosh? Sorry, Ms. Syed first, and then Councillor McIntosh.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I'm jumping in again just to remind that 1 million is fully financing long-term borrowing, has no impact on taxation whatsoever. It will have tax impact for the subsequent year as we start paying principal and interest. Further than that, when we approve or when council approves projects that are financed, the idea is not for the finance team to go out the very next morning and secure financing dollar through the bank. There usually is a grace period between the approval of the budget and our team going out and securing that. I'm just making sure that the council is aware of that. So in that grace period, perhaps council could change their mind. Perhaps the ORTC conversation will take flight. Just providing the mechanics of how financing works. I just want to make sure that that point is understood by council as well as by the general public.
Thank you very much, Ms. Syed. Councillor McIntosh.
Thank you, Your Worship. I certainly see where Deputy Mayor Taylor is going on this. However, I do worry that staff has prepared this, staff are the experts on this. I just, I wonder, and I have a question for Ray, our CEO, if the play structure doesn't get changed, does it become a safety issue if we delay it a year, 2 years, 3 years? Like, you guys are the experts. You know when these things need replacing, and if we have to do them a piece at a time, then you'll tell us.
Mr. Osmond?
Thank you, Your Worship. The play structure was destined for replacement 2 years ago. And we did the Rotary Park plan and all that to take a good look at it so that we would make sure that we did what we had to do. So what the public are saying is that the play structure that's there basically speaks to what's been said already. The play structure that's there to replace it for what's there now is not going to satisfy the need for a growing community and for that section of the community. And the idea was for us to put in a play structure that has more amenities, more accessibility features, a different age scope, if you would, from younger to older, and also to redesign the area so that so people haven't got to drive right along by the play structure when you're going into the parking lot. So it's more than just a play structure. It's that whole entire corner is going to be redesigned, and that's what the $1 million is for. I'm a little cautious. I just ask council to be a little cautious because, we did bring it out, pull out that structure just to satisfy that. I understand what the mayor is trying to get at, and I think that the discussion around some of these big projects, you're absolutely correct, will take a bit of time. But again, it goes back to what I said earlier, is that we want to make sure that council has all the information, and that the information would also provide you would be the other big projects on the table. That Rotary Park, we're saying, Rotary Park can't be looked at in isolation from the library and Tony Rose and all those pieces, because you got these big pieces, and to speak to your funding is that, well, that piece of funding, is that going to satisfy what piece or how much? And so that's why I'm saying, we'll put all the discussion on the table. Don't take Tony Rose by itself. Don't take the library by itself. Don't take Rotary by itself. But while you're doing all that, this smaller piece is something that we can satisfy the need without impacting the bigger piece, if you would, of Rotaries. That's why we kind of put that there first, albeit the financing of it will probably not happen in 2023. It'll probably get carried over in 2024 because it'll take that long to get it done in today's market to get it finished. So that's just trying to figure it out.
Thank you, Mr. Osmond. Was there additional questions about parks? Councillor Andrews?
Not to prolong this any longer, but did we come to some conclusion on the Walsh Park? Because I know that Mr. Cosgrove had mentioned something about it, but I just wanted to know if we ended up coming to any conclusion on that decision.
We haven't captured a motion on it yet,
No,
but if we want to, we can put forward a motion to defer it till 2024 and have some public consultation in the meantime, as was suggested by Mr. Cosgrove. Mr. Cosgrove, I'll turn it over to you if you have additional comment.
Through you, Mayor Post, to Councillor Andrews. No, I'm satisfied with that. If that's the wish of council, we can move it to 24, do public consultation. It'll allow us to get a little bit of understanding of what the residents of that neighborhood park may wish to see in that park. We may, for something like that, we may need to have a landscape playground specialist, because we're going to need to be able to, once we get the feedback from the public, we're going to have to be able to design that and then present it back to them in order to get a budgetary number. to see if it stays within the budget number or it needs to be increased.
If I can just,
Thank you, Mr. Cosgrove.
if I can just
Councillor
comment,
Andrews?
that is my neighborhood. Number two, to the comment that was made about, from Councillor McIntosh about safety. I mean, here we are looking at the cost of something that was in fact projected 2 years ago that may also have increased. So it might be prudent for us to take a look at the best approach, which is to defer it and then, get the appropriate public consultation, which that neighborhood has also changed. I've lived in that neighborhood for over, close to almost 30 years now, and I've seen ebbs and flows demographically, and so it's used and then maybe not so much. And so it's a matter of getting input from the community, and I would like to put a motion forward on that, if you don't mind, to defer it.
Sure. Yeah. Councillor Sherwood?
Yes, Your Worship, just to kind of piggyback on what Councillor Andrews is saying, if we want to defer the Walsh Crescent 70,000 rather than pull it right out of the budget, I was wondering if we could then move up Rebecca Hills. The play structure there is on this document, page 161, staff, for 2027. And I believe this council is, we talked about this a few years back about doing some playground work up there on Rebecca Hills. Mr. Osmond, perhaps you can bring me up to that, but I'm just wondering, can we perhaps?
Rebecca Hills is already included in this year's budget, not in 2027. It's listed as,
Look at page 161, Your Worship, though. It says play structure replacement, Rebecca Hills, for 90,000 is 2027.
Oh, it's two different items. Sorry, I'm looking at the full consulting and redesign of Rebecca Hills Park, which is a carry forward project that's included. It's project number 24046.2520 CF, and it's $345,981, and it's scheduled to be spent in this year's budget. Ms. Syed, can you speak to the other?
We could find out why they need $90,000 more in 2027.
Perhaps Mr. Osmond? Yeah.
Thank you, Your Worship. So what you have here now is first we'll redesign Rebecca Hills. We put in the spray pad. We did the consultation process. We did the spray pad. We came back for more money. We've updated some features on the play structure, but by 2027, the major play structure, we want to go and revisit and redesign it. And it's okay for now, but that's why we pushed it out to 2027. And the features we do on the play structure now can be standalone features, but won't impact a bigger structure. But what the staff have there is that the bigger structure gets replaced, and it's a bigger unit. With respect to the Walsh site, I just want to give council a comfort level that, all of our playgrounds are inspected not only annually, but on a regular basis throughout the season. So he identifies something in particular that's not, properly, secure, or whatever the case would be, they're repaired. Or if the unit can't be, we're plucking this unit out. So safety is number one on our list of things to do. So let's not, I don't want to give the wrong message to public. We don't have playgrounds out there not safe. They're all safe. It's just that when it comes from an asset perspective, they had to be replaced. To go further would be putting them at risk, if you would, to be replaced later. This one in particular, Councillor Sherwood, is that it's a large play structure. It's a good play structure. And what the staff have done is it's in our system to be replaced in 2027. It's always been there. It's just rolling up in 2027. When we did the actual engagement with the public, the play structure was not the bigger issue. The bigger issue was having more amenities, i.e. the spray pad, something in the east end of the community that would be satisfy a need in that particular neighborhood and the kind of bigger neighborhood around it. The play structure issue that came back was the play structure itself is okay, but can you put in some more sensory features? And we've updated it in this particular project to put in the sensory feature, the pieces like music or kids being able to communicate in certain ways on the unit. That we can do without basically engaging the full project for the structure in 2027. So we're trying to, the project has grown, as you know. We started out with $120,000. We're now at 300 some odd thousand because the public came back. It's just one of those that's going to mushroomed. And there's a point where we got to say the play structure could very well be a $150,000 project by 2027, depending on how things go with design and so on and so forth. So it is a separate piece.
Your Worship, Councillor Sherwood, follow up.
So then wouldn't we be doing what you mentioned earlier, where you're taking, you know, like let's take Every Kids Park, where we replaced the splash pad, but we didn't replace the playground. And this is what my point is here, is if we've got an opportunity now for the 70,000 to beef this up to make it right the first time. But you're telling me that the play structure itself is sufficient based on the public engagement in that, from that neighborhood?
Mr. Osmond?
That's correct. So that's what we've heard. So now the issue is that you make a good point. And you know, what we've done was we went into that particular park, and what we wanted to do was look at what you would do in Rebecca Hills. We did the engagement, even the soccer field we've had to go do some work with. The multipurpose court, they want us to look at that. The spray pad came back #1. There was no ifs, ands, buts about it. They wanted something different. Play structure wasn't a big demand. What was a demand on the play structure, though, was there was no amenities for persons with disabilities to engage certain kids that can be able to go in and use the sensory pieces in particular. And we made changes to that. The overall structure itself is a solid structure. You could get a few more years out of it. If we had another $100,000, I'd be with you. I would put that play structure into the same tender now and do it all at the same time. But we're trying to do a budget, and we kind of lift it into 27 where it was projected, and we just really went back and dealt with the two pieces that came back from the community on the sensory side.
Ms. Syed had comment as well.
Yes, Your Worship, and this is a very general comment, and I just want to keep the perspective on the overall impact. I mean, I very much enjoy listening the back and forth on specific projects, but at the end of the day, we have to keep an eye on the aggregate. So as I was doing the presentation, I already highlighted the tax envelope or the tax levy for the overall capital budget is 2.8 million. Last year, it was 2.6. So the net increase is $200,000, which in 2023 tax dollar is only 0.52 increase. As you are looking into either moving or deferring projects, I really would like you to keep that in the back of your head. If your projects are not a direct impact to tax levy, then it probably won't make any difference to the tax levy itself. And the overall increase between 2022 and 2023 is only 200,000. The 2.8 million has been approved by council, and that's why back in August of 2022, I did bring a report. And this is one of those things I make sure that I have it approved ahead of a budget preparation so that we can avoid, some of the discussions or, some of the misgivings or confusion during the budget deliberation process. So just to sum it up, it's 2.8 pre-approved by council. That is the impact on tax levy, which is a $200,000 increase from 2022. It nets out to be 0.52 in tax increase, which is already factored into the 3.1.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
So thank you for that, Madam Treasurer. The piece for me is we have to have this discussion on the capital budget, and I know we're annoying you, and believe me, I understand about going line by line and how unproductive that can be. But the problem is the operating budget is high. So we're trying to find ways to offset the operating because we've got all of these other items. So I'm just doing anything I can here to cut a corner, because tomorrow night we're going to have a different discussion. And yes, you're right on the capital budget, it's only $200,000, but I'm thinking about amortizing different projects, trying to do anything to offset what the asks are on the labor side and trying to offset that. And that's the whole motivation for me tonight. I don't know what everybody else is trying to do, but I get it. Like, to talk about nickels and dimes here, it's ticking off staff. It's taking a lot of time, but I'm thinking about tomorrow night. I'm trying to find a path.
Ms. Hyde, do you have additional comment?
Thank you, Your Worship. No, I just wanted to make that point, and I absolutely appreciate what our Deputy Mayor is saying. I mean, clearly that is Council's job to make sure that they understand the financial position as well as the community priorities and requirement. But I just wanted to make that point, and you're absolutely right. The overall consolidated budget increase is 3.1%. That includes capital tax levy requirement. So again, I fully appreciate what Deputy Mayor is saying, and then I'll leave it to Council to further the discussion.
Understood. Councillor Andrews.
I'm going to make this as quick. And again, I want to thank you. And I'm just maybe going to hold off on this because of the fact that, you know, we're spending a lot of time on a minuscule amount. I know it adds up, but the key point here was the safety. And I do not want to jeopardize one person and their safety in our community if we decide to defer something that really was already on the books. So if I can be assured, I know that the dollars we've spoken about is not necessarily reflective of the inflationary application here, because what we are looking at in 2021 versus 2023, and by the time it's even, you know, purchased and installed in 2024, it may end up being $90,000 for all I know. But I don't want to jeopardize someone's safety, even in my own backyard. And so I'm going to retract my intention of a motion on this to remove Walsh, because I just can't see that being put on my shoulders, anyone else on council's shoulders or staff shoulders.
Okay, we will leave it as it is right now. Councillor Andrews, was there any additional questions about parks? We're good there. Perfect. We will move on then to recreation and events. If there are any questions about any of the projects outlined in there. Councillor Prendergast, do I see you making, oh, okay, sorry. Was there additional questions on that one? Councillor Andrews.
I'm going to make this quick. And Mr. Osman, I have to again applaud the efforts of the recreation and the events side. The block box was a brilliant idea, but I'm wondering if there has been any investigation, and maybe something to think about is sponsorship. That would be one way of offsetting the cost, possibly offset the cost of staffing and all the other elements that are a part of that. But that's just a point of reference for maybe a further discussion. But since we are talking about capital, I know it's not necessarily highlighted in the document, but it is one that I know has incredible value, especially in our parks throughout the summer.
Mr. Osmond, did you want to make comment?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councillor Andrews is a really good point, and you're absolutely correct. Yes, sponsorship is on our table, and it lends itself to an ideal piece of equipment for sponsorship. We did have one discussion with a potential sponsor, but because of COVID and everything else, and because of supply chain issues and things that we're having problems with, we didn't get back to it, but we will be getting back to it. And you're absolutely correct. It was a huge, wonderful investment for this community, and the feedback on that unit was phenomenal. Both in the library side and the recreation side and the events side. So we've made a really big inroad there. And I think you're going to have that back on your table probably in the next 3 to 4 years, because we're probably going to want to expand it. But that's definitely sponsorship is number one, and not just for that piece of equipment, but others as well. It is something on the table of community services. Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Osmond. Was there any additional questions about recreation? No? Perfect. You're off the hook, Mr. Osmond, for a moment. We will turn it over to infrastructure services now. We'll start with planning. Was there any questions on planning? Seeing none. Capital Works. This is where we've got some hefty ones. So Deputy Mayor.
Yes, through you to Mr. Koselak. Mr. Koselak, as I look through these things, and there is a lot of big budget projects on here on the capital budget for sure. And instead of bringing up a few that I thought maybe would file into this, I'll just ask the general question. Is there anything on here that we could amortize over a elongated period of time to offset 2023?
Mr. Koselak.
Through your worship, I guess for amortization, are you talking a financial amortization or a construction amortization?
I think I'm talking about the actual, I don't know that you can amortize. I think I'm talking about splitting up the years. Like, so pond retrofits as an example. Could it go over 2 years? I mean, there's something coming up in I can't see the year here, but 2028, maybe 2027 for another 846 on top of the 1180 that you've got in for 2023. Could the 1180 stretch across 24, 25, and then 846 stretch across 27, 28?
Through you.
That's just one example, because it's really your entire capital. Is there opportunities to do that is my question.
I think a lot of the ponds, we would do them in 1 year. So I think the first ponds we're doing are one of the ones on Amelia Street. So a lot of it, you'd want to get the pond done all in 1 year so you can rehabilitate it. You don't leave it over the winter, because then when you have the spring flows, you'll have erosion issues and that sort of thing. So I don't think we'd want to spread the construction over a 2 year period. I think we'd want to be able to get the work done and then move on. I think if we wanted to defer a program from 2023 to 2024, we could do that, but I wouldn't break up the projects individually.
Thank you, Mr. Koslek. Was there additional questions on Public Works portion? Councillor Stevens.
Through your worship, what about the increased salt and sand storage?
What about it? Did you have a
sorry.
specific question about it? Sorry.
Could we not defer that to another year?
Mr. Koslek?
Yeah, through your worship, one of the things with building the new sand and salt structure, it's larger than normal. So in our budget last year, we carried a smaller amount because we have the bigger structure. We want to make sure we can fill it to capacity. So it'll be almost like a reserve account. So we have extra sand and salt in reserve, but it just being the bigger structure, we want to be able to have the one time to be able to fill it. So if we do get the worst Mother Nature throws at us, we'll be ready and we can get through any winters.
Thank you, Mr. Koslek. Was there additional questions on Public Works? Councillor Prendergast?
Thank you, Your Worship. I just had a question about the Emerald Ash Borer, $406,000. Is that for the removal of ash trees or education? What's that expense for?
Mr. Koslek.
Through your worship, that's for replacement of trees. We've had a program where we're replacing trees. I think this year we did about 500 or 600 trees, and we're going to continue to do that. It's part of the urban canopy for the town also to be able to increase the greenness of the town. So we're continuing that program into 2023 and ongoing.
And I believe that project's had funding for the last 8 to 10 years or so, at least. So it's something that's a residual cost that we continue to do until they're all replaced. Was there any additional questions about Public Works projects? Deputy Mayor.
Sorry to belabor everything for everyone, but so Mr. Koslek, when I look at the investment in capital specifically, so in 2023, we have just over 17 million, 17.3, and then we drop to 11.9. I think you're going to say it's the carryover due to COVID is the main thing. But my question, I guess, would be is on the 17.3, is there a way to move things to the 11.9, the 8.3, the 8.8, and even things out? Is that a possibility, or is that another avenue that's cut off at this point?
Mr. Koslek.
Through your worship, yes, you're correct, Deputy Mayor Taylor. A lot of the projects in 2023 are carry forward from previous years. So I don't have the exact number. The treasurer can probably give the value of those, but it's pretty significant carryover from previous years. We can look at doing 2024 projects and spreading them out, but right now it's in the best interest, I think, to do a lot of those. Some of them are on a timely need. I guess a lot of our work is infrastructure, and it's anytime you put off replacing roads or water mains, there's a risk to it. Just like when we have the water tower repairs, you can put it off, but you're spending the money now, you're getting the value now, it's protecting your assets.
Ms. Hyatt, do you have additional comment?
I would just agree with Mr. Koslek, what he said. Most of the projects are carry forward, and I think that's what I alluded to when I was doing my presentation. If you remember the pie chart I was showing to you, you would remember that almost more than half of it is essentially carry forward. And our capital budget envelope is heavily on the infrastructure services side. If you just give me one moment, Madam Mayor, I'm just going to give you a specific number. If you just give me a minute or so.
Absolutely. Thank you. Ms. Hyatt?
Yes, Your Worship. So 5.9 million of that 17 is essentially carry forward. And then within that 17, I've also indicated that there are carry forward projects that we are actually asking new money. So there is a mix of that as well.
Thank you, Ms. Hyatt. Is there additional question, Deputy Mayor? Or does that cover it?
Your Worship, if I may. So that's very helpful. Would you also happen to know what the 2022 number is?
Ms. Hyatt?
How much did we spend in capital in 2022 on this line?
For Public Works?
Yes, in the same.
Infrastructure services.
No, in the same line that we're on page 200, all of the things, it's total investment in capital. So again, we're 17.4, 17.3 this year, and then we dropped to the 11.9. What did we have allocated in 2022? It's just, if you were going to graph this, it's an aberration year. And, you know, when you have an aberration year, it creates issues, right? People want a smooth piece, and this isn't real smooth. As a matter of fact, it drops right off. Like I'd love to have a 2028 right now where we have 4-1 or even a 1-9 booked versus a 17-3.
Ms. Syed.
Thank you, Worship. Through you to Deputy Mayor Taylor. For 2022, now we're looking into, Deputy Mayor Taylor, if I may clarify, you're looking budget to budget. That's correct? So then 2022, we had 15.2. Oh, my apologies. My eyesights are failing me. 15.6 for 2022 for that same bucket. So between 15.6 and 17.9, I leave it with you whether you think that that's a sharp increase.
Thank you, Ms. Syed.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
It's not a sharp increase year over year. However, when you look at the graph as we go out, it makes me quite jealous. Like I can't wait to get further out from this because there's hardly anything. It would be great, and I know in the municipal world you're going to tell me it doesn't work this way, and I'm sure it doesn't. But it's really quite like to have a spike like this, and maybe it's a year 1, year 2 spike, and then by year 3 we start to glide down, and by year 6 it's quite reasonable. But it makes it difficult to look at it in terms, like if it was me setting up this budget in my business and what I understand intimately, it wouldn't work for me, right? Because you've got hits, you'd rather have it set out like this, and that's what I'm used to. So if there's no way to evolve the spike, that's what I'm trying to get at, then I'll take that. I mean, I'm listening to people I trust here and are giving me great answers. I don't love it. I don't love the end result. I certainly trust the answers, but I don't love seeing the spike, and I think it's part of a problem.
Ms. Syed.
Thank you, Worship, and through you to Deputy Mayor Taylor. I just would, if it's okay with Mr. Deputy Mayor, just to contextualize this a little bit for yourself, the rest of council, and our community members. So I understand. I absolutely take your point, because if you look at this budget document without any previous knowledge, and even just for this particular division, so in 2023, you're looking at a $17 million, and then 2024, it tapers off a little bit. But as you go into the outer year, like 2028 and 29, it really tapers down. And then again in 2030, 31, it goes up. There are a couple of things to understand here. First of all, these 10-year plans are based on quite a few guiding documents, one of them being your asset management plan, your development charges study. Until Bill 23 becomes a full-on reality, we still have to assume, and there will be development charges study moving forward. It just won't yield us the same level of revenue. All right. We also have to look into other guiding documents that impact this budget. So in the outer years, without having those information in place, sometimes we really have to completely use our imagination and creativity to put together this budget. That said, there will be anomalies in any given budget. The thing that I really like about this, that if you look at the first 4 years, 2023 to 2026, there is a bit of consistency in terms of how the capital budget is looking like. We have, I think, myself and the rest of the senior leadership, we have already considered to the point that 2023 is an anomaly for so many different reasons. May that be inflation, may that be delays due to supply chain, may that be delays for other reasons that we have faced in the last 2 to 3 years. So I do concede to the point and do take your point that it is an anomaly. But I can also assure you that if you look at the outer years, we are taking care of that anomaly, and the budget envelope for that particular division is coming back to a respectable point. In the outer years, in lack of other guiding documents and studies, we don't know what other projects. By the way, 10 years out, that's 2 terms of council. There will be new strategic plans. There will be new direction. So I'll leave it at that for council. I just wanted to contextualize this for all of you.
Thank you very much. Was there any additional questions for the Public Works envelope? Nope, not yet. Cemetery is though. Yep. Councillor Sherwood.
Okay, Your Worship, I'm looking at 227 with the archaeological study and disinterment. I see that the expense is 30,000 completely for this under the tax levy. This obviously is because the discovery of human remains in an area that had no record of burials. I would assume this is a continuation of this. And I guess a couple of things is would the BAO not finance this? And second, is this a requirement? And then I guess a third question is, do we not have any cemetery reserves that could be taken from cemetery reserves rather than 100% tax levy? So I'm wondering, is this an obligation that we have to through? Why can't the BAO fund this? And if we have to fund it, do we not have cemetery reserves?
Mr. Koselak.
Through your worship, it is one of the items that came up sort of unexpectedly, so it wasn't a budget item in 2022. We did find bones in an area of the cemetery where there wasn't any record of burial. BAO was requiring the town to do all this work. They don't pay for it. They just say, thou shall do it. So it was a significant cost to do the investigation. It looks like it could be very historic remains from settlement days, but we're doing a thorough study on it and we expect to get a report in a couple months on it. But it is a cost. And I guess for reserves, I don't believe the cemetery has reserve accounts, but I'll pass it to our treasurer.
Ms. Syed.
Thank you, Worship. Through you to Councillor Sherwood. We do have a reserve, but it has a very low balance of 20,000. And given that this is a requirement, so the 30,000 is coming from tax levy. But that said, if this council wishes, we can take out the 20,000 that's sitting in the cemetery reserves.
Thank you, Ms. Syed. Do you have a follow-up, Councillor Sherwood? Okay, we'll leave that for now. Excellent. Deputy Mayor.
If I may, just one last thought on the capital projects there too, and this is minor, but I see the electric meter coming in and we want to use it for town vehicles, and I think that makes a lot of sense. Could we not use other meters that we currently have in existence? So I guess to me, I'm looking and I'm seeing all these electrical charging stations, and it's completely unscientific because I'm not a Tesla shareholder. I'm not an electric car owner, and it's not a demographic I look at. But when I sit in the mall and I see the new charging stations that are put in there, I don't see anybody using them. And when I go over to the police station where we have those there, I don't see anybody using them. So my question is, do we need this? Are we just ahead of the curve? And I'm sure all the environmentalists are cringing as I talk, but I don't know. Seems like something that we don't need.
The Deputy Mayor, the electric vehicle charging stations going forward are going to become more and more utilized as the change in the federal government happens with the requirement for manufacturers to produce more electric vehicles. And I don't know what the exact date is of that when that changeover happens, but Mr. Koselak, I think, can maybe provide a bit more insight.
Yeah, through your worship, I'm not positive on the exact date. I think it's around 2026 that they have to, there's a certain milestones they have on the percentage of sales. And I think they're trying to phase it out by 2035. It's not that far away. So a lot of the new ones are being put in strategic areas. And I think it's something we'll continue to monitor the usage. I know the one right across from Town Hall, when I came in tonight, somebody was parked there plugging in their vehicle. So some of them are used, and I think it'll be more used more in the future, as the mayor mentioned.
Was there additional question there? And Ms. Syed, I think, has a comment there as well.
Very quickly, I believe there is a partnership with our upper tier, Dufferin County, in relationship to this project.
I think we've had some of our charging stations that were covered under grants as well. And I don't know which ones exactly, but I believe there were some. No, I know. Was there additional questions? Councillor Sherwood?
I was just going to say that this is a carry forward project that we had already approved. So we're just asking for an additional 20,000, I would assume, because of escalated costs.
Mr. Koselak?
Yeah, through your worship. Yes, it is escalated costs, I guess, the supply chain, and we are partnering with the county on this initiative.
Thank you very much. Was there additional questions on that item, or we will move into water and wastewater? Okay, water and wastewater. Was there any questions on those projects? Seeing none. Councillor Sherwood?
Yes, I had posed this question earlier to the treasurer about SCADA. Oh, boy. So in my math, and you were very helpful in clarifying that, I believe it's the capital ask is between water and wastewater for SCADA is $696,000 plus another $500,000 for operating, putting SCADA this taxation year of 1.2 million.
Ms. Syed?
Your worship, so give me a moment because the capital may be funded through other sources, as we have learned throughout the night, that capital is not just strictly taxation. I can confirm the fact because we were going back and forth via email that approximately 690 coming out of is dedicated towards capital, and then clearly there's an operating side to that. So whether the capital side is funded through other sources, just if I could ask for a minute just to look for that information. Clearly, I'm not the best person to speak on the merit of SCADA. That I have to defer to my learned colleagues here. If you would just give me a moment, Councillor Sherwood, I will find that number for you.
While we're waiting for Ms. Syed, Mr. Koslak?
Yes, through your worship. I guess SCADA is sort of the brains of all our systems for water and wastewater. For the wastewater, it controls our pollution control plant, our 3 pump stations. For the water system, I think there's 23 different systems it controls between the high lift pumps at the wells, the water towers, our pressure control valves. And like any computer system, they age. The technology gets better, the equipment gets older, and it's one of the things, if we do have a failure in the equipment and a pump doesn't turn on or the pump station doesn't turn on, then there's issues. So it's just trying to get it upgraded to a newer system that's more reliable, provides more services. One of the nice things with the upgrades, the operators can do work at one facility on multiple areas. So if you're at one of the wells, you can control the pumps at other facilities. Right now, they'd have to go to each spot. So if there's an issue and you're at one well, you got to drive maybe 10 minutes to the other one before you can do something. This way you can address it all in one spot. Also, when it sends out alarms to the operators, they can do more things remotely. So it gives us a quicker response, a better response, and also for the tracking of anything being done. So it's not like it's one system, though. It is about 40 different areas that it does control. And I think with anything nowadays being electronic, to try and control the pumps and all the system, it's very difficult without the control system.
Ms. Syed, are you ready? Perfect.
I am ready, Your Worship. Thank you very much for that time. Through you, once again, to Councillor Sherwood. As we're all aware that water wastewater is fully user-based, no tax impact whatsoever. So the 696 that we talked about, it is funded through water and wastewater reserves. Water 60% and wastewater 40%. Now, as for the operating costs, clearly we will discuss this further tomorrow night, but again, it's fully funded through user rates of water and wastewater. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sherwood, does that accurately answer it? Was there any other questions about water or wastewater? Seeing none, we will move on to transportation. Was there any on Councillor Andrews?
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I'm looking at the material drivers to transportation. And if I could get some clarity on the vehicle leases. Sorry.
Your Worship, if I may, I'm so sorry to interject. I believe it's operating.
What's that?
The topic is operating, I believe.
My apologies.
Okay.
It's late. Thank you.
Understood. Was there any questions on the capital projects in transportation?
Thank you.
Seeing none. And finally, we have building. And I don't see any questions in that department as well.
There is no project.
You have a question, Councillor Stevens? Councillor Sherwood? No? No, none in there. I don't even have it open on mine. Okay. Was there, before we finish and wrap up for the evening, I want to go back to council and offer one last opportunity to ask questions on any projects that perhaps you haven't been able to mention at some point through the evening. Just kind of one last kick at the can. And I wanted to check and see as well if there was any motions that wanted to come forward out of tonight's discussions. Deputy Mayor?
So you moved over the capital budget on the transportation and I didn't have a chance. Is that okay? May I?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
So there's $900,000 in here for capital projects on the buses. I guess, and I think it's going to dovetail with our conversation tomorrow night, but my question would be, and I think it's to you, Mr. Koslak, what is the plan here? So if we spend $900,000 this year and the capital starts to die off, but at some point we need a new bus, when will we know if what we're doing today is successful and justifies the continued expense of this service? Do we have, like, whenever a project in my world is put forth, we have goalposts, right? So we want to get here by this point. We want to run the 4-minute mile, whatever it's going to be. We have a goalpost. I don't know that we have one on transportation right now to justify what's going on with this whole situation. So at some point we have to say this is good or bad, it's working, it's not, and talk about whether or not we're going to continue a service.
Mr. Koslak?
Through your worship, I guess one of the things we're looking at trying to do is track the metrics, how many people use the service and the times they use it. So we'll be able to bring that back. I think the report that came to council previously said we report on the volumes about every quarter or every 4 months. So we're looking at bringing something back in the spring to talk about the ridership and the usage of the buses.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Koslak. Was there additional questions, Deputy Mayor?
Well, with that, what is the goalpost? Like, are you can recommend, you say, hey, 10 people rode the bus or 1,000 people rode the bus. That's fine. But do we know what our plan is? Like, what's good look like and all that stuff? Or does that have to come as part of that project? Because if it comes as part of that project, then the cart is before the horse, right?
Mr. Koslak?
Through your worship, I guess that's one of the details we'll have to look at. I don't know what previous metrics they have for the transit. I know talking to our operator the last couple of weeks with the free ridership, there has been an increase in the number of usage. They've noted that students in particular are using the transit more than usual. So we're asking them just to be able to track that usage so we can report it back.
Thank you, Mr. Koslak. Councillor Prendergast.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to respond to Deputy Mayor Taylor, I actually have the report here, and it says a 25% usership increase would mark success.
Thanks, Councillor Prendergast. Councillor Sherwood.
Yes, well, we're on the subject of the transit. So for staff, 268 is the Transportation Development Capital page where I see that the carry forward project about the transit transfer station 357. I see there's no new ask for any additional funds for that. So we still seem to be on target, except on page 269 regarding the transit shelters and bus stops. Is any of that ask in relation to that project, or is this throughout the town?
Through your worship.
Mr. Koslak.
They are two separate items. One is the transit terminal, and we're not asking for any extra. The project has been tendered. Construction will start in the spring. The other are for the transit stations around town. So if somebody's standing at a stop, we have shelters in some of the areas to keep people out of the weather, and we're looking at replacing some of them. I know there's one by 3rd Avenue, I think it was, that was damaged, and a few spots like that where they're getting a little bit older and we need to replace them.
So the original 357, the original transfer accommodated a shelter already, correct? I'm just trying to remember back a year or so ago.
Mr. Koslak.
Yes, through your worship, it includes a shelter and also the paving in the area. So it's a complete turnkey operation.
Thank you. Councillor Andrews.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I'm under capital now, Ms. Syed. So I just wanted to make sure and I know that the tax levy is really minuscule, but Mr. Koselleck, this is pertaining to, and it is called the transit passenger count. Now, Councillor Pendergrass just mentioned that we've had an increase of 25% since the implementation of ridership of, no.
That would be a marker of success.
Gotcha. Thank you. It's late. All right, but back to the point that I have here. How are we tracking ridership without this type of request?
Mr. Koslak.
Through your worship, I guess that's one of the reasons we want a more tracking system to be able to install on the buses to have a formal tracking. Right now, it's more from the operator's observations. Okay. So they'll say, typically I'll have 3 people out at 9 o'clock. Right now I'm having 12 people come on, and most of them are students going to school. So that's why instead of going from the more visual observations, we'll have more of an actual count. And I think that'll help too with us being able to track the time people use it. So we'll know more our peaks, we'll know our usage, and it will really help us plan for the future by having all that information.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Koslak. Was there any additional questions? Seeing none. Okay, so there's a couple of options on how we move forward tonight. What we do need to do for sure is to receive the budget 2023 and the report that's attached. The suggestion in the report as well is that we approve the 2023 capital budget in principle, which we can add at the same time if council is ready to do that. If not, I would hope that I would see some motions coming out of tonight. Otherwise, we can continue to have the conversation at the end of tomorrow and tack it on after our operating budget discussion and move forward from there. So I'm looking to council for how they would like to move forward tonight. Deputy Mayor?
If it pleases council, what I would prefer is, it's after 10 o'clock. I would prefer if we had 24 hours to think and came back tomorrow.
Absolutely. So then what I would ask if council is willing to do this is that report CPS 2023-008 budget recommendations be received, and we'll leave it at that motion tonight. Can I have a motion for that, please? Councillor Stevens and seconded by Deputy Mayor. All in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay, so that's going to end our discussion tonight when it comes to the budget. There is no items of correspondence. We have no committee board minutes. There's no notice of motion. Was there any notices of motion at tonight's meeting? And seeing none. Any items of new business for members of council? Again, seeing none. It is now time for public question period. Any member of the public that's connected via telephone is reminded to press *6 to mute and unmute. I will turn to IT first and see if there's anybody on the line digitally, virtually. No. And was there anybody in the gallery who wished to ask a question of question period? You can come up to the delegation desk now. Please make sure you're seated and turn your mic on. And also please state your name and address for the record, Mr. Gristo.
Oh, there you are. Now we'll see. Anyway, first of all, Mayor Post, Deputy Mayor Taylor, and Member of Council, good evening. And member of the staff, also good evening, and residents here and at home. Well, my question here, I hear how we can save some money. I don't know how many of you, if you remember, I fought those water meters with the last breath in those days. I didn't want them. I knew what was coming with them. Major cost. Here we are now. We're gonna have to replace them. And the town has gotta pay for it. But who's the town? It's the taxpayers. I have a very easy solution here. Go to a flat rate. This way, you don't have to pay for those meters. You don't have to worry about that. You charge us so much per resident that you make sure you gain some money back, to operate the system. That's all you need to do. Doesn't take it, in my opinion, that is one way of saving some money here. So I hope you will look at this into consideration. And I tell you, when I fought those meters, it was a vote. I managed to keep it away for quite a few years in those days. But eventually I got overpowered. And it was a 6-1 vote. I was the only dissenter in the council chamber that I did not support. I didn't support them, and I don't support them now.
Thank you for your comments,
Okay.
Mr. Gristo.
So that's one.
Deputy Mayor would like to respond. If you can just hold on one moment. Mr.
Okay,
Gristo.
sure.
Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you for your suggestion, Mr. Gristo. Can you just elaborate on how the flat fee would work in your mind? How would that be administered?
Flat fee, you have to figure out the number of residents or households, and you charge so much fee for each resident.
So each person would pay $100 kind of thing?
Wow. I can't spell out $100, but
we would all spend the same amount of money?
Well,
Everybody-
that's right. You gotta figure out that you come up with the same amount of money, but you don't have any other expenses that you have to fix those meters or whatever the case might be.
No, but it's an important point, right? So you would be a very clean person. You shower all the time. You use lots of water, and I shower once a week.
Well, I don't know if that
You're
make
going to
any.
be $100. I'm going to be $100. Like,
Hey,
is that? what
Mr.
you're saying?
Deputy Mayor, that doesn't make any sense to me.
Well,
It's your
I'm
business.
just asking you
want-
to explain. to me
Listen,
what
listen
you're-
to me.
I am listening. Tell me how the flat fee would work.
Listen, if you want to shower once a week, it's your business. If I want to shower every day, it's my business, but I still pay for it.
Shame on me for a terrible
Okay,
example.
so-
But explain
sorry
to me
about
how the
that.
flat fee would work, please. How would you charge?
I told you.
Tell me again, please, sir.
Well, right now, I'm paying for water sewage myself on a user pay system, roughly 160 to 170 per month. Now, you do the math, okay? Do the math on that. And it's just me and the wife. Now, take a family over.
How does the flat fee work? What
I
would you
told
charge?
you, a
Wait.
flat fee. You want to charge $100, $150? You want to gain back the same amount of money. You don't have the other expense to go and fix those water meters.
So I,
With all due respect, Deputy Mayor as well, what you're talking about is putting a fee per household. And I think the point that the Deputy Mayor, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think the point the Deputy Mayor is trying to make is that a single senior is going to potentially use less water than a family of 5 or a family of 6. And by doing a flat fee, you're creating a new issue, an inequity issue. And the benefit to having water meters is that people can be rewarded by water conservation. Alternatively, people who are using a higher amount of water will be paying for what they're using, and it's not being subsidized by the rest of taxpayers if there's a family of 6 who's using a significant amount more water than a single senior living on a fixed income, as an example. Mr. Gristo, I believe Councillor Sherwood had an additional point.
To respond maybe to your question, so why does a family of 6 has to pay triple of the amount? I watched on television on the last meeting. Somebody was here. If I hear it right, because it was hard to hear, $11,000 for water? Come on, really?
Mr. Gristo, that was an anomaly and it wasn't a family. It was
Well, there
actually
you
a
go.
business. But we take your point. Was there any additional questions that you had for us?
Actually, I do. So the other one, I hear a lot of discussion on the libraries tonight, for example. Now, let me put it this way. In London, Ontario, there is one library for every 30,000 people. Here in Orangeville, we got 2 libraries for 31,000 people. In Dufferin County, there is 4 libraries. Now we gotta pay 3 CAOs. Why is that? Why don't get the county to take over the libraries? Because everybody uses. Mono residents, they probably come and use it. Is the Garifrask residents, they come and use it. Amaranth residents, they come and use it. That's where it belongs, to the county.
I understand your point, Mr. Gristo. At this point, we're not looking at moving library services to a county level, but we appreciate your comments. Was there additional
Well,
questions?
I'm,
towards the budget?
I'm trying to give you something here.
No, we
where you can
appreciate,
save it.
your suggestions. Did you
You
have
know,
additional?
to save money, because I am a taxpayer.
Mhm.
And I pay $7,000 for the house. That's ridiculous.
Did you have additional?
I hope you understand that. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Gristo. Have a good evening. Was there any additional questions from members of the public? Mr. Ramsey, please have a seat and state your name and address for the record.
Good evening. My name is Noel Ramsey. Can you hear me okay? Great. I live at 15 Feed Street in Orangeville, and I've got a couple budget questions, starting off with the capital, and then one that I'd like to ask prior to the operating one. the sale of the money from the ORDC, in one of the recommendations in the budget presentation, and it's all one big presentation, 286 pages, I think. It talks about recommendation 1, you're actually using ORDC funds, and recommendation you're not, with service level cuts. I was wondering, first of all, is there any rules or constraints around using more ORDC funds?
I'll defer to the treasurer for this one, but my understanding is that the ORDC funds can be spent by council at their will. I will say that all of us on council did campaign that we would be looking at public consultation for those funds. As such, in discussions with the treasurer, the second recommendation came into play. Originally, the assumption was that we would utilize some of those monies to pay back some of the money that taxpayers had used to fund the rail service over the years. So that assumption was made in the creation of the budget, and after discussion, a second recommendation was suggested that pulls out those funds, knowing that council wanted to have public consultation first, and instead reduces the service level asks that were initially suggested in order to balance it still to the same tax levy increase. But Madam Treasurer, I'll turn it over to you if there's additional comment.
Through you, Your Worship, through to Mr. Ramsey. So 2 points. The first point, Madam Mayor has already made. There is no restriction as to how much this council can spend in any given budget, the ORDC money. The second point, which I really would like to highlight, and we will come back tomorrow to discuss further on these 2 options that you just mentioned. Second option is based on the fact that we have taken away all the ORDC assumption, but you did mention the service cut. There is no service cut per se. The second option looks into any additional service level changes that would have been funded initially with ORDC assumption. So I really would like to make that point that there is no service cut.
So the follow-on question, last year, what was our levy increase last year, percentage-wise? It was less than 2%.
It was less than 1%, I believe, 0.87, 0.9, Madam Treasurer?
0.83.
So given with that, I think, as stated in the report, inflation's at 6.8%. And as we can all appreciate, with the stress around the world, global environment that's going on, all the townspeople are experiencing the same kind of stress that you're faced with when you're putting this budget together. And as Councillor Pendergast mentioned, it doesn't seem like a lot, like a 3%, 3.1 doesn't seem like a lot. But when you break it down to what those percentages are going to be on your actual tax bill, it's just another increment to the cost of food, the cost of fuel, cost of procuring so many other goods. And I think if you take a look at the food bank, for example, in town, you're going to find that the users of the food bank have spiked up. If it wasn't through COVID, it's added on through the cost of inflation due to the conflict in the world and stuff like that. So I would strongly consider, or ask you to consider, that although there's projects that you can't put off, such things like, the roofs and stuff like that, and the biodigesters, because you definitely want the sewage plants to keep functioning, that if there's any other elements that you consider, whether they're parks or the, I think it's called the Maker Lab in the library, that these may be considered slightly luxurious items in the light of there's going to be more people in this town that are going to start to make more choices, as they have been already, on whether or not to buy food. A lot of people are going to the food bank. A lot more are going to be going to the food bank. In our neighborhood, I personally know people that are struggling and missing meals. We're personally helping them. So these things are going on, and we're seeing it more now than we saw before. The other thing I'd like you to consider is when you're looking at the operating budget tomorrow, are there any capital projects, or are there any operating headcount additions, FTEs, that you're looking at that are tied to projects on the capital side? The one that jumped out at me, and I don't know how much of an impact it is the Maker Lab for the library. There's an FTE, additional FTT in the library. Now, I know that you have some leeway with, adding some of those headcounts, and definitely there are things like Alder Street where when it opens up, you're going to have to hire staff to man the pools. But you have 17.1 additional headcounts on the first cut of the consideration. I understand from Councillor Sherwood that there's in there somewhere, and I didn't see it until she pointed out, you can take out 9 counts. That still leaves 8. And you're looking at $100,000 a pop. And these things go on in perpetuity. Like they're going to go on. They're going to be faced with inflation. You're going to be faced with the cost of living and increases that, the employees are going to put on you for increases. And I know that in your documentation, you're limiting some of the staff to 2% increases, but that's only going to last for a short time. Because when inflation's at 6.8% and the cost of gas is going north of $2 a gallon, a liter, they're not going to be satisfied with 2% year after year when we're looking at 7% inflation, 8% inflation. These are things that are going to hit us. So some of the things may seem like, oh yeah, we need to definitely keep the house from falling down with the roofs and the biodigesters, but there's some other luxuries. And yes, they're going to cost more in the future, but hopefully we will all be prepared to handle it a little better in the future as well. That we won't have so many people going to the food bank. And that's all I've got to say. If you could just try a little harder, I think 2% or less is a reasonable tax levy. The 3.1, when you're talking, as the previous gentleman said, like $7,000, a lot of the households that we spoke to on the previous elections, they're paying $5,000 to $6,000 a year. So it adds up. And if you're on a disability pension, or you've been on a retiree's pension for 10, 15, 20 years, some of these residents, these are fixed incomes. It doesn't seem like a lot of money to most of us, but it is. Thank you.
Absolutely, Mr. Ramsey. Your points are very well taken. Thank you. Was there additional questions from members of the gallery? You can just have a seat and state your name and address for the record, please.
Hi there, my name is Anthony Zambito. I live at 71st Street in Orangeville. Hit me up. Zammer Live. I'm here in Orangeville Town Council. I heard a lot of discussion tonight in relation to the budget, and we touched upon transportation at the end there. I understand that there is a free fare project that I believe is going into effect this month. And let me tell you what I like about living in Orangeville. I'm part of the boys, right? So Friday night, Saturday night, we like to go out to the bars and have ourselves a good time, right? We'll have ourselves a couple drinks, have a few laughs. I do a great rendition of Vivo per Lei by Andrea Bocelli. You guys got to see it to believe it. But here's what I don't like. I like going out to the bars in Orangeville, but there's almost no way to get a ride, especially coming home. Going to the bars at around like 8, 9 o'clock, you might be able to get a taxi. There might be Ubers available. On the way home though, good luck. That means that people like myself, and in particular, some of my female friends, they're walking home from the bars, some of them intoxicated, it's cold at night, and sometimes by themselves. In addition to this, I don't like drunk driving in my town. I understand that we're going to be investing a lot of public expenditures into providing free fare for the town. I think it's also worth it, for the community to extend the hours that the buses operate so that we can allow for these patrons to be picked up, maybe prevent or allow for everybody to feel safe walking home and prevent drunk drivers from ravaging our streets. I don't know if that's been in discussion, but I was a little shocked how that wasn't discussed tonight. Thank you.
Mr. Zambito, thank you for your comments. The fare free transit hasn't been discussed yet because it will be discussed tomorrow night. But when it comes to that project, one of the reasons to take on that project is to try and get better data and understanding of who's going to use the transit system and when. And part of that, excuse me, to be able to invest more in transit, we have to show an increase of ridership and show that people are utilizing the system. And one of the hopes that I have, anyways, I won't speak for the rest of council, coming out of the Fare Free Transit pilot project is that we'll see an increase in ridership that will justify added monies being put into utilization and of the transit system and enhancing the routes and enhancing the times. I agree with you. It doesn't run late enough right now, but already through the day, we're hearing concerns from residents that, you know, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, there was only 3 people on the bus. Why are we running a bus system? And transit is one of those issues where if you build it, they will come. And we need to continue to invest in transit in order to justify additional expenditures in transit. I will turn it over to Mr. Koslak if there's any additional comments regarding times and things like that. Mr. Koslak?
Through your worship, yeah, right now our transit runs from about 7 in the morning till 6 at night. We don't have a late night service, and I guess that would be something that would be looked at once we get the volumes for the current usage. But maybe one of the things we can try and raise the issue to some of the taxi cab companies in the area, just if there are no taxis available at nighttime, just to find out why. Is it a specific issue, or what can we do as the town to try and help have taxis? It may be the more economical way than running buses at 12 or 1 o'clock in the morning that may have limited use. So that might be an option we can follow up with the taxi services.
Thank you, Mr. Koslak.
Thank you.
Mr. Zambito, yeah.
Thank you both for your responses. I'm not looking for, I just want to clarify, I'm not looking for the bus service to be operating 100% capacity, but maybe a late night loop would service the people of Orangeville. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for your questions. Was there any additional questions from members of the public? Go ahead. You can just have a seat, state your name and address for the record, and then ask your question.
How many can I ask?
You got a couple of minutes. Go ahead.
Rick Ugolini, 19 Cedar Drive. I'm just wondering, how many people in this room actually travel Orangeville? You know, go to different parks. I travel all over Orangeville, just about every day I go to a different corner. And I see a lot of problems. Right now, one of a bad problem for me is the dead trees in Rotary Park. The branches are falling down 6 to 8 inches in diameter across the walkways. I don't know if anybody here has walked there, but they came down last storm. And like I say, there's a dozen dead trees. How come they're not being looked after?
Mr. Osmond, can you make note of that one perhaps for, thank you. Mr. Ugolini, did you have additional questions?
What, no answer?
Mr. Osmond, do you have any?
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you very much, first of all, for providing that information. One of the things that we really appreciate, by the way, is you're absolutely correct. Not every day in the wintertime do we have a very small staff in wintertime. There's actually 3 people that work in the parks area that go around the walkway system. The walkway system in the wintertime is not traveled on a day-to-day basis or a weekly basis.
By who?
So we rely on the public to report any incidents or down trees or that kind of thing. Given I got the report, I will definitely have our staff go take a look at that tomorrow. But if you're around town anywhere at all, please, by all means, call our number and let us know so we can do that. But in the meantime, I will ask staff if how often we do travel in the wintertime. I know they don't do it a lot because they're spending time on parking lots and those kinds of things and salting areas that we use for buildings and that kind of thing. But in the walkway system in the wintertime, I have no maintenance.
Well, there's a lot of people that still bicycles using those walkways because I'm on them every day. And I find it difficult to walk not being plowed. And, but I still do it with the dog. I do it for the dog. Now, I have a couple other questions.
Go ahead, Mr. Ugolini.
We have all these signs in town. No parking, no left turn. How come nobody's enforcing anything? Where's the enforcement?
Mr. Osmond or Ms. Landry? Ms. Landry?
Okay, we do have enforcement that's on 7 days a week, actually, at this given point in time. If you have a complaint with respect to parking, you can contact the office and an officer will respond.
Now, the councils over the years have put up all kinds of signs through town. And like I say, they're not being enforced. The newest one I've seen is the one no left turn at 3rd Street and Broadway. Every time I'm down 3rd Street, people making left-hand turns. And that's just about every day. And they're backed up making left turns. No enforcement. What's the OPP doing? Are they too busy parked behind the mall 3 at a time?
Mr. Koslak?
Through your worship, it's one of the things that would be the OPP that would be controlling any left turns, and we can flag the issue for them and see if they can keep an eye on it a bit more. We don't have control over them, but we can make them aware of it and see if they can enforce it a bit more.
Also, people parking in accessibility spots that don't have accessibility permits. And one time there, about 2 weeks ago, some young fella pulled into an accessibility spot, Tim Hortons, OPP sitting 20 feet away. I went over to him and all he did was tell the guy to move. It's a $300 fine. Now, I don't know who gets the money. Talking about, forms of the town making money. What about fines? Who cares about a $25 parking ticket? It's nothing. Make it 100. Then people will care.
Landry?
I can advise. With respect to the accessible parking, again, if you do witness anyone that is not permitted to park in an accessible parking spot, you can contact our office and an officer will respond.
Yeah.
I understand, well, they will. I understand there may be a challenge as it relates to the
How do you get a
individual
hold
may
of an
leave.
officer, okay, after 4 o'clock or on a weekend. What is it? Email? I've tried that.
Actually, if you want, sir, I can take your contact information and perhaps I can assist you with how you can get in touch with an officer during those times. With respect to the comment as it related to the actual amount of the parking fines, that is something that staff is aware of that we need to look at. And I do believe that the clerk's department has that on their, I'm going to call it on their docket for review this year.
I mean, what hasn't in this world gone up in price?
Pardon me, Mr.
What hasn't gone up in price?
No, and that's a good point. And as Ms. Landry indicated, the clerk's department will be looking at.
I drove truck for many years, and the big thing for me, okay, is keeping as much money in my pocket as I could. Okay, minimum fine for a truck driver is almost $400 for not putting a line in a logbook, which is, but anyway, that's the way it was. And that's the way I had to run. I had to follow the rules. And if I didn't make a profit. And I could go on, speeding. You know what I'm talking about. And it's still a nightmare on my street. For a little wee street, I just can't believe the speeders. Now I could see Spencer. I mean, boy, you can see one end of Spencer to the other and it's just go. But my little street with a hill and a curve, I just don't understand it. And we get no patrol, no enforcement at all. Now, we spoke a bit about this and people are up in arms about impaired drivers. An alarming rate of 10% of drivers were impaired. Well, I think we spoke, what was it? 13% of the people that the black box did was not enough to have enforcement on the street. So you can have 10% of impaired drivers on the street, but 13% of speeders doesn't matter.
Just to clarify, Mr. Ugolini, the data that was collected by the black box was not to look for added enforcement necessarily. It was to look.
I understand.
It was to look for some traffic calming measures. And Mr. Koslek and I have discussed after we had spoke regarding the idea of potentially bringing the black box back at a time where it's a more realistic view of what's going on Cedar Drive. I know that it was during the summer, and we'll look at doing that in maybe the spring before school's out to get a different.
I mean, I get school buses speeding on the street, and I don't know, 13%, is that enough to have
Mr.
some
Koslek, did you want to
enforcement?
take that one?
Through your worship, I guess that's one of the things we've done a lot of speed studies in streets in town. One of the things we've bought a couple signs that can track the speeding. We've also done counts with people doing it. Speeding is an issue across the town, and it's one of the things we're trying to encourage residents. We've done newsletters out to people, especially in some areas where it's local residents that are causing the issue.
Yeah, it is.
I think that's the hard part. You have people on a small street where 90% of the drivers are local. So we tried doing some education campaigns to try and encourage people to slow down in their neighborhood. I think the town did a good initiative by lowering the speed limit on most streets. So it's 40 kilometers an hour on most local streets. One of the problems in the past when it was 50 kilometers, if somebody was doing 65 or 70, they didn't get much of a ticket. But now that it's down to 40, if somebody's doing that same 65 or 70, you end up having a 25 or 30 kilometers an hour over. That's 4 points and that's a bigger fine. So when there is enforcement on it, it does bring it more to people's attention.
I feel that some of the speeders on my street are stunt driving, okay? And, well, what is it now, 40 and over? So they're doing at least 80 on the street. And you know, Cedar Drive, Little Wee Short Street. Also, in the last 3 weeks, I've been almost T-boned in this town on Zina Street 3 times. People running a stop sign, trying to make the light on Broadway on Zina and Ada and Clara. It's ridiculous. Like, nobody stops at stop signs anymore. Why? Where's the enforcement? It's ridiculous. You go to Lawrence and Parkview. You get 3 cars and none of them stop, and they're all there at the same time. Nobody stops in this town. I would sooner cross in the middle of the street rather than at an intersection, because you don't know if that idiot is going to stop. That's the way it is in this town. I just don't understand. Why?
Mr. Ugolini, with all due respect, this council is definitely going to continue to take a look at all traffic safety and road safety. We've all committed to doing that through the election, and for some of us even before that. So that's going to be an ongoing discussion, and I appreciate all of your comments. I know you and I have spoken one-on-one about a lot of these issues, and they are ones that I've taken notes on that we can look forward at. Was there any additional questions outside of traffic safety that
I made you want?
Pardon me?
I made you want.
How about one more? Because we're getting late. It's 10:35, and I'll give you one more.
And we spoke about this. It's a nightmare on Broadway when emergency vehicles are trying to go eastbound, because all our emergency systems are on the west end of town. And the big problem is, well, that monster in the middle of Broadway, okay? It's not going to come out, but if anybody has a bulldozer, I'll do it for free. And I did mention to you about taking 24 parking spaces off of East Broadway from First Street to Wellington Street. And what did you say? The merchants would be up in arms.
Absolutely.
Well, what the hell?
We already do have some struggles when it comes to parking on Broadway. We hear concerns from residents and merchants alike, also from our local downtown business improvement area, the BIA. There's always been a consistent issue with parking downtown, and we want to do what we can to bring residents downtown to support our local businesses. And when we take away parking, we take away from our local businesses. So
Now the old banner's for sale. Why don't you buy land, put parking there?
I believe it's actually already sold. But thank you very much, Mr. Ugolini. If there's any further questions that you have, by all means, you can always email me and I can pass your question.
Oh, no, I don't email.
Well, you know where you can always find me. We've always had some good conversations, so I appreciate your time tonight.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Was there any additional questions from residents for question period tonight? All right, seeing none, we do need a motion for the bylaws. The recommendation is that the bylaw listed be read 3 times and finally passed. That's the confirmatory bylaw to the proceedings of council of the Corporation of the Town of Orangeville at its closed and council capital budget meeting held tonight, January 16th, 2023. Can I have a motion for that one, please? Councillor McIntosh and Councillor Stevens, was there any questions? I'll call the vote. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. And I need a motion to adjourn, please. Deputy Mayor and Councillor Prendergast, all in favor? Carried unanimously. Have a good evening. We will see everybody back tomorrow night at 7 o'clock for the operating budget.